Welcome everyone to Chaos Magic. Tonight we have some
Woo!
amazing poets. Hello, I am Catalyst. I will be your hostess along with John Michael tonight.
Well, hello, hello.
John, so let's get things started. I was the first one in the room, so I'm going to read something. Haha, that doesn't
Yay.
happen a lot, but
No,
today
I'm
is one of
excited.
those days. So I'm just kind of going to start reading because I don't know. I'm just whatever, right? Here we go. I was born an empath of my own intention, never felt ownership over emotions, an ordered personality I lacked. Everything is everything a lot of the time in my mind. I haven't really ever had a personality. That's why I'm in disorder according to others who follow the lines that define whether you are able or not to accomplish their thoughts without reason of rhyme. I find I came back to this time, this place, to undisplace the understanding of space. Dark matter is mastered energy. We are currently living in a disaster piece of the pie. Almost fully cooked, but there's too many cooks in the kitchen, just bitching about what someone else did to them and how we should disregard their feelings. Because I'm here telling you mine now, in a shadow of cast doubt. Join me in this bout of unhealthy hatred for the sake of sacred. To feel something other than that, so divine, wrecks my mind and isn't the meal to dine on in this diner of diamonds in the rough. Meow, says Cat. Right meow. Listen to my growl, my growth, my howl, my home. My bones feel out of place, yet closer to the ground was my previous race. Running on four legs, grounded by paws and their placement, my fur has been shaved and brains elongated into upright fashion statements. So these aches I feel and pains pulling are reminders of shed wool and testaments to the remainders carried over, flowing, falling all at once, this hunted one crunches to halt. Catapult crashing cat is pulling the mirrors off the walls of the womb we've been entombed in. Our mother is dying, and if we don't start flying, the death will be also her son's. The son, the center, but the daughter's center is most relevant when searching for translation of being. Can you see it? The hindrance is ignorance chosen to protect desire, a fire but false, a flame projected from an astral plane, planted to predate pain. Go insane with the sin game, get your membrane tapped. Just know that I tripped too and found toes that attack, throwing up tacks that tickle the throat hoarsely, riding horses into sunrises and setting course to the insides of all remorse, forcibly forgiving all that's forgone from the storages. I'm bored of this. I never wanted to be a poet. I got thrown into the roses and they sliced up my hopes of being chosen to be unknown for my holdings. But since it's unfolding, I guess you ought to know that my flow is highly sensitive to creating balance in the basicness of being, though. To contradict that notion, there's always an anonymous mouse floating in the background, writing down what you did wrong so it can sing a song slightly off tune in another room without you in it, in an attempt to correct my own hearing of self-shearing witches, straight up dog like bitches. I'll address this dress I adorned in a scorned life or two ago. When women disrespect you, you get to intersect on when you threw poo and how it affected the now too. So tie that shoe and quit tripping because the scales are in need of tipping and the waiters are too. Underpaid so I could afford you to live in luxury, boo. My hands look like this, my hands look like that. My hands rip the diff and send it all back. No need for stacks or competitive raptures to smack each other back. Machines came up and separated us all, made us nap. That's all I got on that one so far. That's all I have to
That
share
was
with you guys tonight. So thank you for the space. That was fun. I'm hoping to get
that
writing
was
more.
trippy. I enjoyed that. Like I'll get out.
Right on, right on.
Well done,
So thank
Kat.
you for the space. I appreciate you all. And coming up next, we have Richard. Richard, if you could bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I have my goal is to lighten the mood just a little bit. This first one's called "If It's Laughter You're After." Here we go. If it's laughter you're after, they tell me it's good for you to laugh. Laugh once, laugh twice, deep in your life, joy you will splice. Whether chuckles or snickers, either might just untwist your knickers. And whether with jokes or old-fashioned, well-delivered spokes, whether cute little dogs hopping frogs on logs, or Charlie Chaplin in cogs jumping bogs, activating joy and mirth feeds the brain for all it's worth. Activating mirth and joy makes giddy happy each girl and boy. Laughter can heal even that which you can never ever conceal. Even babies are fast to laugh, still smiling barely in their cribs. All the funny faces tickle those tiny ribs. Activating joy and mirth feeds the brain for all it's worth. Activating mirth and joy makes giddy happy every girl and boy. Physiologists acknowledge this, a complex set of muscles, they insist. Developing muscles that work at great lengths and go on to develop upper body strength. Laughter, doing, or even observing involves quite a few muscles, or so we're learning, and great chunks of the brain will ever explain. Motor cortex controls the muscles, the frontal lobes provide the reason whether the joke be told in or out of season, and the limbic system, which modulates when you get to feel just great. Connecting all these many systems, sit back, relax, enjoy, don't resist them. Activating joy and mirth feeds the brain for all it's worth. Activating mirth and joy makes giddy happy each girl and boy. Social intelligence and a sense of humor can certainly squash the depths of ill humor. Incongruity and absurdity are daily companions. Laughter creates bonds and increases intimacy with its very only special mimicry. Early in life, infants' laughter is an external sign of pleasure, the kind that moms and dads treasure. Public speakers and comedians try to get a laugh to make the audience feel closer by half. Amusement, happiness, mirth, and joy builds resilience, increases creative thinking, bringing out the best in us even when things are good and stinking. Activating joy and mirth feeds the brain for all it's worth. Activating mirth and joy makes giddy happy each girl and boy. This one, this is, I think, a little bit of humor, and it goes back to the Bush administration, but unfortunately, the same crap seems to stick around. So there's a little humor in this, I think. It's called Homeland Defense. Between the kings of Saudi oil, who Shell and Exxon dare not despoil, and those of Wall Street's fiscal toil, where bidding against the working man guarantees a stock's demand. And Desert Prince with generous eye holds courts intense where gas station cards shall pay the rent. Does the oily hand of GH show old CIA man still in control? Pass the ID cards, but not a fakin'. This way from true American icon shaken. Arm, your face will now be pre-recorded and all your flights will now be boarded. Arm the pilot and the stewardess too. Next to the pillow and the barf bags fun, all passengers now will be given guns. Oh, for a shootout in the airy blue. Oh, what just a day can do. I picture the Stewie, tray in her hand, confronted by the wanted man, tosses the tray into his face, spins on his arm and kicks him trace. He rolls across a cart to a Boy Scout troop who truss him up and steal his boots. His arms, behind his back now tied, bounce him over to the choir side, who pummel, pillage, then retire, and all those were watching were inspired. Then a group of Civitan asked for a few fingers from his hand, but a brownie troop wants his bushy beard. You should have heard the things I heard. Then an old monk, a Jesuit, gave him quite a goodly kick, and the secretary stabs him with her bick. And though the pilot and co-pilot were vying for priority, They submit their decision to the vote of the majority. Some wanted to toss him right out the door, but a cloister of nuns still wanted some fun. They dragged him back to the airplane's tail, and a rugby team ran him back to the gale, up to the galley where they banged his head 2 or 3 times on the oven's lid, and a group of congressional aides in first class pulled every hair from out of his ass. A covey of comedians dove right in, with a left and a right to his nose and his chin, and a group of traders down from Duluth pushed him and mashed him into the roof. Some ceiling tiles in the overhead bin broke when they tried to stuff him in. But let this be remembered, and never forget, don't ever wait till your library book's late.
Oh my goodness, Richard. That was wonderful. That
I love that, Richard.
Thank you, brother
was
and
As
so
sister.
much
always.
Thank you.
fun. And the first one about laughter, that was so awesome. Like, oh, it was a treasure. Those are both really amazing pieces. Thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much. Thank you so much.
Two
I
of my
really
definitely my
appreciate your
favorite.
humor.
It's a lifesaver.
That's right.
It really is. Like, what a special thing to occur. Like, we're just making sounds. Like, hey, you said something funny, and we just start. Like, have you ever seen this TED talk about laughing? It's quite amazing. Like, I'll have to put it in the chat. It broke me on laughing for a little while, but that was fun. That was and then the second one with the journey through it all, like, oh my God. I love it. Love your work. All right,
All right.
John, you're on deck. But coming up next, we have Paul Skiff. Paul, can you bless us with some words?
Yeah, I just have this one piece. It's kind of a spoof. And I have two things. The first one is I want to filigree your plooch, razzmatazz your whoa, cornstarch the buttons on your deductibles, lubricate your envelope, slip recalcitrance over your vertical smile, itsy bitsy spider your sacred mounds, polish the shy ivory of your one-key piano. My rigid digit wants to spelunk in search of your legendary up button. My porcine rail wants to loiter in your fragrant wallow. My abracadabra wand wants to get your bunny to jump. My ipso facto axle wants to be the rotating shaft in your drivetrain. My stiff recidivist wants to do another stretch incarcerated in your furry hoosgow. My hale contestant wants to race in your lickety-split. My stolid pharaoh wants to repose for eternity in your musty sarcophagus. My patriotic astronaut wants to reconnoiter deep among your unknown beyond. My ardent parishioner wants to call your slick sacerdote to pop up from the pulpit. My labial vacuum cleaner wants to hoover on the panic button that gets you to shout. I want to credential your expert hootenanny, filibuster your abstemious redundance, filibuster your abstemious redundance, legitimate the pretensions of your whirligig, have a grand mal over your refrigerated synchronicity, flagellate the repugnant whirl speaking vertigo to your emotional fugue, disrobe the jiggle of your twin jellos, exacerbate the singular whoopsie of the exit portal that is your acrid nether shrine, smear gooey lingo joy upon your promiscuous audition. My valiant aviator wants to pull aeronautical stunts with your ticklish landing strip. My exaggerated hyper masculine casualty wants to overcompensate with cathartic climax therapy in your lubricated bad and tenderness cell clinic for wounded souls. My firm blimp wants to nuzzle your tumid wigwam. My political pariah wants to preside at your venerable government citadel. My hedonistic jibber jabber wants to waggle your chromatic sizzle. My wackalicious calisthenics want to be performed in your slippery sports palace. My voracious roadster wants to pull up to your fragrant takeout window. My higgledy-piggledy desires to whiplash your spectacular womp. My inebriating hemoglobin wants to hornswoggle your whoopsie-doo. But if you just fuck me the way you did last time, you will get exactly what I mean. And the next one is very short. Has this title, This Will All Make Sense. And it goes like this. Yeah, I killed myself before. And I'll probably kill myself again. Look at it this way. You can use me to get over your fear of ghosts. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. The second one was nice and deep and short. Fucking A. First one was, oh my God, so much fun. I'm so curious. Did you come up with a list of phrases on either side first, or was that just coming out?
Just like one of those list poems that just kind of manifests all at one sitting, for the most part. I tinkered around with it a little afterwards, but those kinds of list poems are the things where at a certain point you just got to slap yourself and say, stop, that's enough.
It was absolutely amazing.
I think that was the perfect amount. It was great. I really enjoyed Vertical Smile. That was cute. I really did. That was cute. It was very
in the whole
special.
thing.
It was a masterpiece as always. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thanks. It's great to be here with everybody.
We love
It's
you and
beautiful
your
to have
beautiful
you.
mind. Okay, so on deck we have Martin Parquillian. But coming up next, we have the one and only John Michael. John, could you bless us with some words?
Yeah, I actually got something new for y'all. No title, as always. But seize the day, our only day, the night will come again, and we'll fall softly in darkness back to where it all began. I heard your echoes in the silent corridors, dancing, giving praise to the moon, a sacred ceremony with flesh exposed to Gaia. The flames grew higher as you twirled around that fire, casting spells in the soul's hours, talking to butterflies and fairies. They were singing sweet songs to the stars with beauty majestic. I wondered if the dawn would ever come, to make us whole again, children of the night. The air was warm, breeze was cool, I was you, and we were one another. I joined you in praise. We raised our cups to the sky, drank wine, and feasted on the flesh of each other. The beast in us was released, and we made love in those gardens, a sacrament of souls, immaculate. I was once captured in the lion's den, engulfed in the flaming pond of truce. It was there I saw Jesus walking upon the waters. The sea divided and hell was created. I spent a lifetime there in solitude, waiting for fate in silence. Well, maybe some souls choose to suffer in every life. Curious as us to be the ones take on such a challenge. Entering the maze, somehow excited, facing death in pursuit of rainbows. My first breath was taken into an unknown world with eyes of wonder, repeating neurons, a pendulum, circadian rhythm controlling my balance. It was a strange experience transforming into this vessel. My biological clock was ticking. The link in these veins, my blood was flowing with intuition, anticipating both dark and the light. This vibrational flow within me, it beats. That's really as far as I want to go with that for now. It's something I'm working on.
Yeah, John, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Everyone unmute and give some love to your host of the night, John Michael.
Great last line, but I felt like, yeah, still had some ground to cover, like,
Yeah, I've got a lot there, and I'm trying to work it out. That's why I kind of wanted to stop while I was ahead. It's something I'm working on. There's going to be music behind that one. Um, I'm still playing with it though. It'll probably all change before I'm done. But um,
What I love about your writing is that the words that you choose and the way you put it all together brings like you're taking a nice short path that leaves so much information and knowledge like as it goes. So you've like accurately found like the best way to just hit all the things as you go through. I don't know if that made sense, but it's beautiful. Love the way
it
you write.
does. I gotta work on it. I got practice reading it. Like I'm still trying to compose it all. But that's enough about me. On deck, we have Black Salt. But up next, the one and only Parquillian.
All right. Thank you, John Michael, and everybody here. Great to see everyone again after not being here last week. I was on the way home from my mother's memorial service on a bus. So this week I want to read a cover called Mother's Intuition by one Arthur H. Rowley. My mother told me we are all born in a way this world does not want us, ugly and screaming. She was in labor with me for 4 days. Says that was the first time she thought I might not be suited to this world. She has been batting back and forth between this idea and blind maternal hope ever since, never shaking the knowledge that even prenatally I had a proclivity toward hurting those who loved me. When I brought her a stick sheared of all its bark, she told me how she recognized the scent of something brought here against its will. Said my bedroom looked as though my mind had been splattered across the walls. I thought how it almost had, but hindsight is the most biased way to remember. So I forgive myself in a way she cannot. But there are times to come that may be darker than these, and there is still a world out there that people such as I may not be suited for. So sit, stir your tea with a 4B pencil, soak up as much graphite as you can, do everything in the name of future poems. Make it all a funny story to tell your mother when you get home. Play crackling records, smile at the ceiling. Tell each pressed page of your notebook how you love them for their ability to cradle your curling tales. Soak up your inked secrets and hold on to them until you're ready to read your life back. Learn the story by heart. Know it to be no more than a fairy tale to tell your mother as she drifts off to sleep. And when you see her eyelids flickering as she dreams, do not wake her. She is at last in a world we are suited for. And so this is a poem I wrote recently for my mother. It's also called Mother's Intuition. I still don't know quite how she knew when I was only in second grade that she should sign me up for a club that once a week met after school, where I would learn the first few words of French that set me on my quest to sound out the tongues of the world. She'd struggled with Latin in her high school class, but knew it helped her later in life, and saw in me a thirst to learn as many languages as I could absorb. And forever I'll thank my mother for that. This is in memory of Dolores Ann Wright Parker, whose 90th birthday would have been a week ago this past Saturday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. That was gorgeous. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful pair of shares. Like,
Yeah.
I can so see why you chose that first one. That is just, oh my God, what a beautiful poem.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
one that you wrote too, oh my goodness, I love that. Like, oh, that just filled my heart with so much love. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you. I'll put the links in as usual. I don't know if everybody's seen my new blue whale yet. Working on a new design to get out in the next couple of weeks.
Nice.
Smile at the ceiling. That's a phrase I want to remember.
Yeah.
The first piece had that incredible line where you imparted early in the poem that your mother was in labor for 4 days. And then later in the poem, you had this line how you had already displayed a proclivity before you were born for hurting people who love you the most.
Yeah, that's actually a cover that happened to have the same name as mine. I looked it up and I was like, wow, this is powerful. So let's read this. That was actually Arthur H. Rowley, who I'm not sure is well known, but he's got a few poems up there and very powerful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. We appreciate you as always. And again, my condolences and my deepest sympathies to you.
Thank you so much.
You know, you're all a family to me. So when one heart hurts, you know, all of our hearts hurt. So sending you lots of love at this time.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Up next, we have the one and only Black Salt. Black Salt, please bless us when you are ready, sir.
Hello. Hello. Um, yeah. You hear me okay? Not too loud, not too quiet? Okay, I see thumbs up, so let's get right into it. So I'm gonna do sorry, I'm kind of distracted, just going through the grind right now of just yeah. Yeah. You know, life, there's two parts to life, you know, pain joy and pleasure. I'm kind of in that pain part, so I'm kind of trying to make my way over to the joy, the happiness, but so I'm just kind of a little distracted right now is basically what I'm trying to say. But I'll share with you two quick poems. Um, this let me see here. Piece is, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, here we go. The first piece is called Blackbirds Born to Fly. Second piece is called Sleep with the Dolls, the Goddess is Fair. So here we go. We'll start out with Blackbirds Born to Fly. Here we go. Let me turn off my heater. It's distracting me. You guys may not be hear it, but my microphone picks up everything and I hear this whirling in the background and it's cold in here, but it's distracting. So I'm gonna have to turn it off. So here we go. Blackbirds born to fly. Here we go. Blackbirds was born to fly. Stop at the dark sign. Don't ask why. Dark times. Don't give up. Laugh to cry. Dig me up when I die. Black clocks running out of time. Black coffee, milk and wine. Halloween, kids and candy. Wake up on a work day. Blood, sweat, and brandy. Rich or poor, same price. Bills piled up by the door. The devil wants more. But blackbirds was born to fly. Dig me up when I die. And that is Blackbirds Born to Fly. And so, yeah, I hope you can appreciate that. Moving on to the second piece. Sleep with the Dolls, the Goddess is Fair. Men are loyal, but the goddess is fair. Black dogs sleep with the dolls. Puppies and kittens, purple and pink. Men don't feel, and women don't think. It's not as simple as you think. Men in black, or no, sorry, woman in black, and men in pink. Use a nightlight to go to bed. Fluffy pillow for your head. She hid the key underneath the bed. The goddess knows why you're scared. Monster in the closet, we live in fear. Men are loyal, but the goddess is fair. Black dogs sleep with the dolls. And that is Sleep with the Dolls, the Goddess is Fair. And so you just got a little snippet, a little peek into the chaotic abyss of my mind. And so I hope you can appreciate that. And so that's what I got for tonight. So yeah, thanks for listening.
Always appreciate you, Black Salt. Thank you for being you. I do. I love everything that you do. And I love the music that you put out as well.
Yeah.
You actually inspired me to get on Band Lab and start playing around.
Hey, I believe in you. That's what it's all for, man. It's like
Yeah,
that's what it's all for, Hey,
absolutely.
it's for us. I'm doing this for
It,
us. We're here for it. Yeah, I'm here for it,
I
That's
feel the
right. This
same
is
way.
our time. I love it.
Yeah.
The
That
Yeah,
was
gift.
that's what I think.
awesome.
It's not my it's not my music. It's not my music. It's our music, man. It's our music.
Hmm.
It's not my poetry. It's our poetry. So you know, you know, s- s-
It's the
do what thou
gift.
wilt with it.
It's the
Fix it
gift.
up.
It's the gift that creates the relationship among the whole. Every time you give something, it increases the relationship.
Hey,
I sincerely agree with that, Paul, and that is words of wisdom right there. I absolutely love that you just said that. Um, and I love you, Paul. I mean, the work that you put out, the way you perform, you're an absolutely amazing soul, and all of you are. I consider you all family, and it's an honor to be a part of this on Monday nights. Um, y'all don't know how much y'all mean to me. I don't know about you, Cad. But if anybody's down for a round two, like I'm here for it. I'll leave it up to the masses of this beautiful family.
I am here for a round two. There was actually some art that I want to share with you that was kind of like a little bit didn't quite want to just come out the gate with. I was kind of looking forward a little to a round two, so maybe I'll share that with you guys.
Okay,
I gotta get going, but I was super glad to be here and thanks for your kind words, John Michael. And
absolutely,
Catalyst,
Paul.
please say hello to Thomas. Hope to cross paths with him sometime soon.
I've got to run too. Thanks a lot. Wonderful to see you. Great job, everybody. Awesome stuff. Take care.
Thanks for the beautiful
Thank you
pieces.
very much, Richard. Kat, you're muted.
Thank you, Rick.
On
You're still
my
Four of
muted.
us now.
Oh,
He's
there you
doing the
go.
thing.
Um, well, I got a piece. I've got something that I've been working on. I've never read it yet, and it's got a Spanish line in it, and I don't speak Spanish, so I've been trying to practice it. Cool.
Hey,
But I'm gonna try it out, and if I fumble it, um, so be it.
you miss all
This
the
one,
shots you don't take.
absolutely, absolutely. This one's called "Forever Faded." I remember you from another life, not the body nor the face, but your soul that looked through your pupils. You're familiar to me. Do you remember standing on the beach in Barcelona, hand in hand, staring into the sunset? Over the water, you whispered faintly in my ear, Nosotros somos para siempre. That moment of peace I can't forget. Do you remember? We met again in ancient Greece, dancing under the moon, mad children reciting poetry, exploring the lands, structures, and artifacts, giving praise to the gods. I told you that I loved you, and we went softly into that night, never to wake again. I remember another life in Rome. You were a beautiful goddess, Caesar's wife, and I not but a slave boy, a sex toy, and the pleasure we shared in secret quarters before the poison killed us both in that splintered rose dawn. Do you remember the Scottish prairie lands? You, the daughter of a farmer, and I, a soldier fighting for freedom. I asked you to marry me under that tree. By the stone ledges, we shared our secret vows, only for me to be taken by the blade of an English sword on the grounds of frost. And yet here we are again, worlds apart. I feel you as I have in every life, surrounded by night where day never comes. and silence brings to me your whispers of truth. Still working that one out, but there's that. Um, Martin, you have something else for us?
Oh, forgot I wasn't muted there. Sure. Uh, this is one from a few weeks ago that I just title I'm not sure of. I got some suggestions on my critique workshop, but something along the lines of the implications of our future navigations. We navigate the multiverse and hyperspace drive to the 10th dimensional biotech hive where we and our humanoid friends will thrive as long as algorithms we've written don't dive too far into the deep mind that keeps us alive and cause a malfunction before we arrive. Too bad Rick wasn't here to hear that.
I love that. That was
That
deep.
was awesome, Martin. What? Oh, I love that piece.
Thanks. That's from a prompt about AI versus humans. And I was like, this just came out this way. I don't know how.
That was elegant. I enjoyed that.
It's one of those that just wants to come out.
You got baby joining the room.
There she is.
Baby, you're reading last week. You burnt the whole house down.
Thank you.
I'm happy to have you back. That
Great
was
to hear you.
absolutely amazing.
Am I
Great to
coming
hear.
in right at the end? I was thinking I'm just leaving my brother's house and I need a few minutes if I'm gonna read it. Is the show over?
Not yet. Not yet. We're just
Okay.
kind of doing a round two, so
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm gonna jump back in. Just give me a few minutes.
yep, takes time.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, thank
Um, do you have one more you want to share, Martin?
Oh, let me come one real quick here. What do I got here?
Okay.
Let's see here. What do I got? Keep thinking of some that I might not have shared here, but I have already. Let's see here. Okay, here's one I haven't shared here yet. This is from the titles of an album by Ian Anderson. That's called The Secret Language of Birds. I set aside the time to find a sanctuary inside my mind to study the secret language of birds and how to put my thoughts into words as the water carrier rises at noon in search of the sight of a better moon, to ride a Panama freighter down the Jasmine corridor, while the sound of Boris dancing the habanero reel takes me to Montserrat, where I feel the cry of the little flower girl that sets my circular breathing a whirl, with strains of the Stermont shuffle that sway as I write down these lines on this postcard day. So that was using all the titles from that album by Ian Anderson, the flautist singer from Jethro Tull.
That was cool. That was cool. I like
Thank you.
that. I'm getting ready to work on I don't know if you've ever heard of Billy Strings. He's kind of like a bluegrass jam band type
Mm-hmm.
thing. And I actually took 2 years kind of off of my life and just traveled across the country kind of following him around and did like 45 shows straight in a row.
Oh, great. I was just listening to a bluegrass tune by one of the most interesting bluegrass bands I've ever heard called Gangsta Grass. They have
I know who you're talking about.
yeah, bluegrass band with two rappers, two MCs.
Yeah. But yeah, so one of my favorite shows that he did was like a year and a half ago out in Portland, Oregon. And it was a magical 2-night run. I'm getting ready to write a piece kind of incorporating the set list from those 2 nights into it.
Oh, cool.
We've been, yeah, I'm excited to get going on it.
Yeah,
So,
nice.
well, thank you very much, Martin.
Sure
Appreciate
thing.
you. Black Salt, what do you got for us, buddy?
I'll need to use the share screen feature. I'm going to share with you some a poem, a very strange poem.
Okay, you
And I
should be
did a
good
little
on the
bit
share.
say what now?
You should be good on the share.
Okay, cool. So I have so this is kind of a result of a lifestyle obsession that I have with pirates and ghost ships. Ghost ships, even ghost planes, like just kind of like ghost vessels, but mostly like ghost ships. This is kind of what started it all. Flying Dutchman, Mary Celeste, the Bay Chimo, just ships that sail around without captain or crew, by themselves, and only appear on certain times. Yeah. And so I just kind of really dug into my shadow on this and just kind of took two of my favorite things, basically, pirates and ghost ships, combined them, and it's kind of like the perspective of like almost a captain giving a speech, and it's just a very strange poem. So, but some people like strange, so maybe you're one of those people that like strange, and so maybe you can appreciate this. So I'll play it for you guys. Hope you like it. Here we go. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
I am the captain of a black ghost ship now, and this is what it must be. Therefore, the living swine must walk out, and some of the spirits and dead that disagree or serve no purpose must join them and leave now. Rules are for casinos and the police and the devil, so we sail without rules and carefree aboard the darker key 444, where there is room for 4 captains, the black flag, a minimal crew, and a couple ferries as long as they don't get in the way. She is a small but busty old thing that seeks only the flood, and to burn, that is fertile work, pleasure, and contemplation. Here we are all equal, and here we welcome a few clever bastards and 4 wise and wicked salty ancestors to adopt, to offer their continued blessings of darkness. Anne Bonny, Blackbeard, Henry Every, and Samuel Bellamy. So we take on much the likeness of an angel of death, and fly on top a blue ocean with dark intentions, dark wings, and black flag. So this is what it must be. And so we drop the iron anchor in our hearts of brass and make the final sacrifice. This is our curse now, transforming into a gift and fortune. So we are solvent, and this is what it must be.
And it goes on like that for a while. So that's just another peek into the chaos of my mind. And so I didn't quite want to just come out the gate with this. So that's why I was kind of hoping to be around too, because like such a strange thing to say, but you know, poetry is a foolish thing, you know, and when the spirit, I don't question it, I just kind of go with it. So it's just one of
I'm
those things I
here
just
for
went
it.
with.
I'm here for it. I love it. Do you have another one you want to do?
I can share with you a poem.
Sure.
Let's see here. Let's go. Let's go Black Girl Magic. Let's go Black Girl Magic. Here we go. I like my woman how I like my liquor. Big tall glass, classy and with a little color. Make it a good one. Or make it a good one. Typo. Hold on. I think make it a good one. Yeah. I might have to start this. Let me start this over. I'm toward the beginning, so. Yeah, let me start this over. I like my woman how I like my liquor. Big tall glass, classy and with a little color. Make it a good one. I like my woman how I like my nights. Black and quiet. Fuck them lights. And fuck that noise. I like my woman how I like my favorite suit of cards. Clubs and spades. Loyal to the game. No rush. It's not a race. But if I was a gambling man, I'd put money on black, like Russian roulette. I need me 3 Egyptian goddesses, Sekhmet for the streets, Bastet for the sheets, and Cleopatra for everything in between. I guess I'm a freak with dark tendencies and comedic black fantasies. All cards on the table. Don't give a damn about the reds, just clubs and spades for me. Black girl magic. She be the true magician. Pick a card, any card, yeah. Know what I choose. Queen of clubs, cause I like my woman blunt with the truth. Black girl magic, original goddess. Pride, greed, envy, gluttony, and don't forget the lust. I like my woman like a good truck. Simple, to the point, and plenty of space in the trunk. And that is Black Girl Magic.
Oh yeah. Oh
That's what
yeah.
I got for
Thank you
tonight.
for sharing. Thank you. Thank you. Baby, are you ready yet?
Sorry, guys. I'm still at my brother's house and I'm just like listening along. So I'm probably not gonna make it because I gotta walk home and it takes me like 5 minutes to walk home. So
Okay.
I'll be listening along, but I can read to you in like 10 minutes if y'all are still here. If not, I totally understand.
Um, I'll read. I think I can read one. Let me see if I can find something.
Let's go, John.
Let's see. I'll title my shit so it's like all over the place. I'm honestly lost in this world. Confused, really. Bumbling around like a lost bowling ball bouncing off the bumpers. Don't know where I'm going. Half remember where I've been. Existing in this dream state, wandering through it, trying to avoid the edge. Anything with a conscience could see I don't belong here. Born too soon or late, nothing makes sense. Like lamplight flickering on, then off, falling ill to this madness. Am I even alive, or did I die back then? Left roaming lost within the ether, waiting for my next life, perhaps. Half here, mostly there, and still this movie keeps rolling. Oh, let's see. I got one more. Let me see what the fuck I can find. How would I call that one? This one actually just got published. This one just got published in Grey Coven Publishing's winter anthology. It's titled Silent Torture. And I have a dear friend of mine, kind of a younger girl in the music scene that I kind of look after. You know, I've got three daughters, so um I'm pretty big in the music scene locally where I live, and I kind of look out for all the younger kids, and um she's kind of one of them, kind of an adopted daughter of mine, and um she was really going through a abusive relationship, and she asked me to write her a piece to help understand what she was actually going through, and it's you know something that I've been through in my life. So this one's called Silent Torture. To lay in silent torture as the tourniquet tightens like two hands of a noose around my throat, inching every last breath from my lungs, fear running as deep as my self-doubt, deep cuts from controlling words that slash through my every emotion like a knife, lacerating me with each letter released by your pestilent whispers, leaving me covered in succulent scars from your sadistic lack of self-confidence. I hear your cadence of sibilance like a marching band within my rattling eardrums. Eye ducts all dry to release any more tears on your venomous soul. You're nothing but a poisonous plague, and yet I have survived more than you. Once I remembered who I was, what I was capable of, you were nothing but a rat carrying sickness, and I am stronger for surviving such plagues and works of evil. I come from the darkness, and I've been beaten down more by my own whispers than anything you could give yet handle. You are nothing, and I am everything. I release you and take back my soul, for I belong to fate. And you, well, you will fall victim to your own karmic fault. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was good.
Appreciate it. Holy shit.
Hey, Thomas. What's up, dude?
What's good, homie?
That's good. That's good.
Jess took her phone with her to the shop. She's like, "Hey, they're still going. If you want to run over there and read a poem for her." And I was like, "All right." I
Hey.
get over here. I'm like, "There's an error." She's like, "Oh shit! I took the phone for the hotspot, right?"
Man, jump on in here, Thomas.
Yeah, dude, read
Give
one. I'm
us
about to walk in my
bless
front
us
door
with
in
a
a minute.
piece.
All right. I don't really know I haven't been able to write anything, man. And it's crazy because like, fuck, dude, I'm surrounded by so much beauty. Um, I'm living like probably the best life that I could right now, right? I'm fucking exhausted. My back's killing me, but I've never felt so happy in my life. The family, the community that I've met since working here and like, you know, being a part of this business and everything, it's amazing, man. Like, and like I should just be spewing poetry out, but I don't have time to write it down. So I think maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll bust a little freestyle for y'all. Let you guys kind of know you know, where my head's at, where I've been at. I've been walking a twisted fucking road since I was, I don't know, maybe 4, 5, 6 years old, and I stumbled a lot. Sometimes it felt like I got shot in the heart by so many darts filled with poisons and toxins that led me to a dark place. But I sit here face to face with myself now, realizing that I am with health now, crawling, climbing, clawing towards wealth. Somehow I don't care about money. I'm talking about the real wealth, the people who surround me. You know, I made this old lady laugh and smile today. I sold her a bag of edibles and told her it would take her pain away. And I know that tonight when she lays her head down on the pillow, that she will somehow remember my face and my smile as I tell her to have a great night, and I'll see her soon. You know, I've created this room, this open minds room, to make a difference in this world. And I think I might have reached at least 1 or 2 people. But every day doing this job, I'm reaching more. In fact, I'm reaching more out of the door than anybody's ever saw before. And it's not just my reach out the door, it's the people that I preach to. Yeah, they're sore. This life's fucking hard, yo. I had police down the streets busting people for packs of cigarettes. If they had more than 3 cartons on them, they were charging them with trafficking. Now, why the fuck charge some working class person who just needs some tobacco passed to them worse than the fucking ticket? Now, the police are spending all this tax money just to recoup a bit of tax money so your average Joe can smoke something and buy lunch and dinner for his family. Damn. You know, I was trying to make some change when I started this room. I think I might have reached 1 or 2 of you. At least I could say that I'm reaching a few more now in person, and I hope the day comes where you all come see us by this mountain, and I got a blunt for you. Even if you don't smoke, just come sit by my fire and just hang out. Because this is where I plan on retiring. I got family to my left, family to my right. Yeah, I'm part of a band now, a tribe. I am the white guy that the natives took in and said, "You are blessed, my friend. Welcome to the family." So I'm sorry if y'all ain't seeing or hearing much of me. I got no power right now. My Jenny is fucked up. I'm just barely limping by. I have no internet. We are on Wi-Fi broadcast from my phone right now. Good thing I got service in this valley. While I'm serving people up, I mean, this freestyle is starting to limp and sputter out like my Jenny did when it died out, but I'm still sitting here with a smile on my face. I'm telling y'all, it's been a long, twisted fucking road. But I finally feel like I'm at home.
Hey man, you said you haven't been writing and then you wrote something new and read it and it was awesome.
Hey, let's go, Tom. Yeah, let's go, Thomas.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, Thomas,
What's up,
you
brother?
said something in that freestyle that reminded me of something that important that I need to remember. Have you heard of a gentleman called Manly P. Hall?
Yes.
Yes.
I've read some of his books. Yeah, Manly P. Hall.
Okay.
He's a very wise person. I really like Manly P.
There's you were talking about like I don't know what you were talking about. Like now I forgot what it was. You were talking about
It's
true
hey, we're
money.
being
You said
recorded.
true value.
We'll have to hit the
Value. You were
Yeah.
talking about true value, and I thought back to something Manly P. Hall said. He's like talking about like, you know, like true value. That's something I really struggle with. Like, what is like real money? Like, what is real
Yeah.
money? Because like, you know, something Manly P. Hall
The
said,
wealth.
like
No, it was the
value
wealth thing.
cannot
I
be
think not the value. It was
bestowed
the
because
wealth line at pools. I think.
he's like talking. I was thinking of something he said, like what's valuable to you might not be valuable to me. You know, so that's kind of like where my mind went with that poem that you spoke. So before I get long-winded, but I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to actually sign off right now. So but I just wanted
Well,
to
I'm glad
you
that
just
by
inspired
the
me,
time I come
Thomas.
run across the parking lot to my house here from the shop that I was able to see you, man. I miss y'all, and like I missed last Friday's open mind, and like I'm messaging all of our features that we had booked because like when we started working here, I was still trying to do the features and stuff, and like my mind wasn't quite in it because like I was going to her dad's house to do it, and then like Jess would be here by herself, and like we're literally on the side of the highway, running the shop, and like so I didn't feel too comfortable with leaving her alone
That
here.
makes sense.
You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
my head just wasn't in it. That and there's so much that I still have to do, kind of building this new life for us. So it's like I feel like I'm not really giving the attention that these features really deserve. So like I still want to hold the open mics on Friday, but like I'm gonna rebook all the features to it. Once I got internet and I have water and you know we're like a little more established here, then like you know, then we'll start doing the features again. But you know, I love y'all so much, man. And yeah, like I said, like I'm tired, I'm sore, but
Hey,
I'm happy.
that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes sometimes. We still love you. We still love you.
And I still
But
love
I'm gonna
all
get
y'all.
out of here. Peace out, Thomas, John,
I'll
baby,
talk to you soon,
Martin.
brother.
I'm gonna get out of here. It's been real. It's been real. Been real, real.
Peace. Peace.
Peace.
What's
Hello.
Hello.
going on, baby?
Hello. Hello. How's everybody doing?
Good, good.
Doing
I
good.
got on some antidepressants and I realized that I have not been a functional person for many years. So it's been good.
That's cool.
It's
That
been
was like
good.
when
I
I
was
got
like,
on the Vyvanse for my ADHD. It was like a fog had been lifted in my brain. I
yeah.
was like, wait, you guys are walking around like able to use your brain like this? Like,
Yeah, dude,
oh yeah.
I was on Vyvanse for like 8 years and like, man, just didn't really know like it's always been a chronic mental health thing since I was a kid. And I knew I really like struggled with executive dysfunction, but I always knew it was coming from a place like in my nursing mind wanting to figure things out and like wanting to understand how things work, that like it wasn't a serotonin issue. It was like I have complex trauma, so I dissociate a lot, and then I'm autistic. And so those two things together is like I really struggled
As
to
a
get started
very
on anything.
fucking winding maze to
Yeah.
really figure out exactly what's going on. Well,
Yeah.
so what medication are you on, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, so I was on Wellbutrin or sorry, I'm on Wellbutrin now, but I was on Vyvanse and then for like 8 years from like 17 all through college. And like when I was younger, they had me on antipsychotics. They didn't know what was wrong with me because I wasn't
Yeah.
diagnosed till later with anything. They didn't know I had trauma. They didn't know I had autism. So like I was being medicated for being a
So
crazy
they were
girl,
just,
you
yeah, they were
know?
just throwing pills at you, like
They were
seeing
throwing
whatever
shit at
stuff.
me. I was so
Right?
medicated.
Yeah.
I was so fucking out of it. And then like year and a half ago when I got really sick and my body gave up on me and I like, recently have been diagnosed with all this chronic illness stuff. I wanted to get off everything because I was like, I don't know what these meds are doing to me. So I got off
Yeah.
everything. I was off everything for a year and a half and just managing my pain. And then it came to like last month and I was like, man, I've been off the Adderall for a minute. Like it kicked my ass when I was on it. Like it really did not help with like my adrenals being fucked up and like all of my cortisol being fucked up. That I asked my old psychiatrist, I was like, dude, so I really need something with executive, like to help me with executive function, motivation, and energy. And I want to go back on stimulants. And he was like, hear me out. Um, like, have you tried non-stimulants for ADHD? And I was like, yeah, I've tried Strattera. It made me really tired. I tried like Ritalin. I tried Concerta. I've tried everything. And he was like, have you tried Wellbutrin? Because it's a selective dopamine and noradrenaline reuptake inhibitor. And I was like, no, let's give it a
Well, let's
shot. And
give it a
like
go, right? Yeah, I've
within
tried
2 weeks,
everything
I
else.
was
Let's
like,
fucking yeah.
I
Yeah.
actually like have a personality again. Yeah, because I was just so like,
I
it's
have a
been a lot.
personality. Sorry, sweetheart. You've always had a personality, but now you can feel it, and now you can be your
Yeah,
true.
now I don't feel like a piece of shit all the time, and it's really like I'm growing myself back and like caring for myself
Oh, I'm
and
so
like my
happy for you,
internal like
homie. I
space,
miss you
dude.
and shit, bro. I'm so glad that you look
Yeah.
better. Like I could look. Remember last time I
Yeah,
talked to you, you weren't doing too well, like a couple months ago. And I'm
yeah,
like, you all right, homie? You're like, not really,
never
but like
was.
I'm trying, like. But right now,
Yeah,
man,
man.
like you just seeing you smile right now, just like lit another little fire in my chest, bro.
Hell
Like
yeah,
I'm fucking my whole girl doing good. Like, oh, that shit got like I'm gonna be smiling all night now.
hell yeah. Thanks, dude. Yeah, John Michael. I don't know, like, have met in passing.
Yes. And
Yo,
you're
so
not
this is
alone. I
my
mean,
brother. Whisper
I've got,
introduced us, and like
yeah.
I've known John for like several lifetimes now. I think it was like the first, but when I just met you like in November or something like that. Not it was like
Yeah.
it was the end of this year, so it's only been like 4 or 5 months,
Right, so
and
Yeah.
it
you
was
haven't
like
been running the show super long, right?
no, he just kind of came in the new
January, I
year,
think.
wasn't it? Like January, yeah, it was the
Yeah.
new
All
year.
right.
He came in. But me and him were still talking every single night. Me and John were on video chat for hours. And it was like, holy shit, this is my brother. And then like it was weird too, because like a month of us knowing it was like January, like the end of January. So I met him like November or December, January-ish around that, right? And then it was like we were talking every day, and then I think we didn't talk for like 2 days, and it felt like months had gone by. It was like, holy shit, man!
That's
Like, how are
love.
you doing? I haven't talked to you in years, and it's like it's only been
Yeah,
2 days.
yeah, that's sweet, dude.
But yeah,
Nice.
you're
Yeah,
not
man.
alone. I mean, I've got Asperger's,
Hey,
bipolar, and
thanks.
ADHD, and um I don't take anything for medicine anymore. I take a little bit of Xanax to slow
Yep,
my ass down, and
yep,
I smoke a fuck ton of weed. And
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
like a
what works for
fuck
me.
ton of weed.
Good for
Like
you.
back in the day, they had me doped up on so much shit. I mean, they literally had me on 8 milligrams of Xanax a day, two
What the
milligrams of
fuck?
Haldol, and
You
Haldol is what they
poor
use to knock
thing.
you out in the psych
In the
ward.
psych ward, yeah.
And they only use like a half milligram to
You
a milligram. They had me on 2 milligrams a day. They
poor
had me on
baby.
Plus
Did
three
they
they,
have
thousand
you,
milligrams of lithium.
dude?
Like they had,
you're like a fucking zombie at that point.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
That's
used to
why I
be on
don't
like
take anything anymore.
lithium, Seroquel, Lamictal, Latuda,
Yeah.
Xanax, and stimulants, and like my heart like was giving out.
Well, because they're
Well, yeah, because
mixing
you're
like
essentially
fucking
speedballing.
sedatives and stimulants just
Yeah.
because they're
Right.
trying to fucking figure out what'll work for you. But like people like us, our minds work a little bit different. We're not gonna be the your average here, insert pill here, fucking here's the result
Yeah.
type
Yeah.
people, right?
Well, that if I may say something on my soapbox, we are all, because we have different brains, we are automatically more of a target to any kind of dark energy, any kind of bad person. We're at 3 times higher chance of experiencing childhood sexual abuse, 8 times higher chance of experiencing assault in our lifetime, emotional abuse, all that stuff. And so on top of all of that, we literally are these like channels, like we have more channels open. And so we're
Mhm.
constantly like basically wrestling trauma that's not being acknowledged and then lives in our bodies, and it's coming out and as symptoms, but it's literally just like we need to address that, not numb it, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Which is
No,
I
I
think why
agree
I
with
got
you.
so sick last year.
The
Yeah.
best thing
Well,
I ever
fuck that.
did, because I stopped taking medicine, and then of course, I went into self-medicating, which got out of fucking hand
Yeah.
fast.
As I'm
And
holding a bottle of Kraken. Fuck.
but once
Continue.
I got clean and
I love that
really
crack.
figured out who the fuck I was and took off all the masks, and got down to the core of who I am and what it is that actually agitates me and bothers me. And I drew those lines in the sands and cut people out of my life. Like I fully
But like
function.
I said,
I
John,
mean,
I've just met
I'm
you.
still fucking crazy, but
Me too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, John, like
not
I just
crazy,
met you
crazy. You get crazy.
during this kind of self-awakening that you've had over the last couple months here. But like I think I met you like right at the beginning when you were like where like you drew those lines in the sand and I was like, "Hey, I like those lines. What's up, brother?" Like and then like so I've even in the last few months like I've really watched you with your writing and everything like really define to yourself who you are and not
Mhm.
based on what other people say that oh you have this and this is why you act this way because nobody fucking knows like bro Maddie I've known you for like 3 years and I don't know who the fuck you are you know what I mean like
Yeah.
but I know you enough to say like whatever they're telling you probably wasn't right you know what I mean like
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and
the
so
thing is,
like
like,
it's a
nobody
self journey
knew
right
when I was growing up, like, all of the shit I was doing. Like, I was cutting by the time I was 11. I went from being like this happy kid to all of a sudden, like, nobody could reach me. I was lying a bunch. I was stealing. I was literally crying out for help. And
yeah
instead, because of the setup of my family, I was basically, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but I think it probably applies to y'all. The concept of like the identified patient or the scapegoat or the canary in the coal mine is like the child in the family who exhibits the signs of illness is shows the symptoms of what's wrong with their family, and then the family system says look what's wrong with this kid instead of saying look at all the
and
things
what's
wrong with
wrong
our
with us
family that
yeah instead of
pushes
going
this
well
darkness into them.
we're projecting all of this on this child because oh yeah you might show a little bit of sign but that's because you were young they all got good at hiding it
Exactly. And they got good at
Right.
also denying that it even existed. So you're sitting there going, isn't this fucking crazy? And everyone's going, nothing's happening. And so you go crazier and
yeah
crazier. So all that, it took until I was in my second year of college. I was doing a shit ton of drugs and I was trying to kill myself for a person to turn around and say, this is not addiction. This is trauma. And it
yeah
wasn't until like this year at 29 that I was like, actually, nobody knows what they're talking about. I know
yeah
me. Only I know me. And I've been trying to get that information from other people. And I finally have enough that I can say, well, this does apply to me and this doesn't. But all until then, we're crazy. We talk a lot. We're emotional. We're all that. And everybody says, you don't know what you're talking about because you're so emotional. You're so crazy. You don't have a handle on yourself. It's all, I want to read y'all a poem about autism. I love you guys. I love it here. Here's the man,
Absolutely,
the man.
absolutely.
over Mars
I mean, you're not alone. Like, and I'm proud of you for figuring it out at the age that you are, because it took me over 40 years to figure it out
yeah
and to
yeah and
finally
at
draw the
29 fuck dude you're
lines.
ahead of the game
Yeah, it's
I'm
because of I literally
41 and
it's
I'm
because I
still
just went
trying
through
to
the shit I
find
went through.
my who the fuck I am
It's just
and I'm
honestly,
slowly creeping on it like I have a good idea but like you
yeah.
know does anyone truly know who they are and it's not the reflection of yourself it's not the reflection of yourself through the eyes of other people it's who am I like when the lights are off when no one's around when I'm stuck in my fucking head and I can't sleep and I'm rolling around in bed all night right and my brain's racing on all these different things and I'm like oh should I have done this or this person said this like and I still don't know who the fuck I am I have a brief idea right like I know what I like and what I dislike but
Yeah.
like all minds are different too that's why I hate that kind of one size fit all like oh you need to here you're this here take this pill do this like nobody fucking knows
Everybody
like
operates so
Guys,
differently.
everybody
yeah
say hi to CP Mays just jumped in here.
CP y'all fucking miss you brother
Hello, my
Hello,
dear.
party people.
how you
Harry
been man
Poem.
Yes, the
oh
floor is
please
yours,
do
baby.
yeah fucking I haven't heard one of your poems in a minute bruh
Hell
Dude, she burnt
yeah.
the fucking roof down. She burnt the whole goddamn house down last week.
every time dog yo Maddie
Dude,
don't
there
fuck
was nothing
around
but
dog.
fucking
Like
ashes. I
yo,
had to
when
shut
Maddie
down
first
the
came
room
into Open Mind, bro, like
afterwards.
3 years ago, I met this girl like 3 years ago, right? She come in, we were talking about like, holy shit. I was like, dude, we need to make a Netflix series based on your fucking poetry and the stories you tell in it. Like that shit would be the top fucking viewed
Yeah,
Netflix
that's shit.
series. Like, dude, like and the way that she could like get down, like not even just describing the situation, but like grab you by the fucking emotions in it, and then like pull you into her world and be like, "What? Look at this. This is how I'll fucking say
Absolutely.
it." So it's like it would really lend itself to just being like a series, bro. Like I want to see a series written off of all, based off all of your poetry and your experience. And I know, like, yeah, it might be a fucking gritty, fucked up series. It might be hard for you to even relive it to make it happen, but I think that it would
Nah,
be yeah, like, but I think it would be integral for the human species to be able to put something
sweet
like
man.
that out for
I
people
appreciate
to,
that.
because
I'm
there's a
working
lot of
on it. You
people
know
that
what?
don't.
I'm finally
Well, that's
figuring out
important
that
for.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I finally, like in the last very recently, like figuring out that I need to do a big pivot because I went into nursing because I wanted to help people and care for people, but I just went like slightly wrong to the wrong career, and I'm pivoting out and like realizing that like my gift is not nursing. I have a big brain. I know I can do the medicine part. I know that stuff, like learning the medicine and the reasons why and the physiology and all that stuff interests me, but what interests me
Shaman.
more is gathering information and connecting dots and like talking to people and making sense of things that don't make sense and helping people find resources or like validation or direction. Like, because I have been a patient my whole fucking life. I've been sick my whole life. So I know, like, after getting all these chronic illness diagnoses that I just got this year, it's like, I already knew from the research that I did the chances that I had these things. I just needed somebody to tell me. And like it took such a battle. And so anyway, I'm finally figuring out that like I I'm finally like willing to leave room for the fact that I might have a gift that I could actually use in this lifetime instead of saying, well, I guess this shit just isn't for me, which is how it's felt for the majority of the time. Is like now I feel like I
Gotta
finally,
find your lane, right? Like I
yeah,
seen some in you when I first met you, though. Like, and even if it's not, you're not for the fucking for the masses. There are some very important people out there that could really benefit from your soul, from your gift. You know what I mean? Like from who you are, your
Absolutely.
experiences, what you've put together in your head, because you are so smart and you've gone through all these things, because you've been sick for so long, you've been the
yeah,
patient to where now you can be like, nah, you know what? Y'all just had me wrong. I had
yeah,
myself wrong. I didn't understand what was
yeah.
going on,
I
but
had me
now I
wrong.
do, and now I can help the next person that don't understand what's going on, right?
Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, it's finally,
Absolutely.
yeah, finally getting there.
I mean, at the end of the
Okay.
day, people like us need to know that they're not alone. And I felt so alone for so many years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I speak out all the time now.
Yeah.
I don't hide it.
Yeah.
But go
Yeah,
right
because people
ahead.
need to hear it. People need to
They
hear it.
do.
That's the thing. Is like uh the your what is that quote? Like your mess is your message. Like the thing.
Hmm.
Like Mays just told me this the other day. He was like, we were talking because we're doing a slam team together, and he was like, dude, like your superpower is like your like we're trying to figure out everybody's superpower, and mine is this thing I've been inching away from, which is when I'm really in a poem, shit gets like frantic and like panicked. And like I have stepped away from that as like, oh, that's cringe or it's too vulnerable. Like it feels actually like I'm exposing my heart. Like that's how I actually feel. And so when I go into it, I kind of fight it. And like that's what I like. If I don't show that, then I don't give anybody else permission to show that. But if I show that, just like when I met Maze, Maze is up here screaming, and I'm like, "You're allowed to scream!" Like, like like I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like I never seen
Fucking
nobody
not even
scream.
just
Like
scream,
I
but
want to
like,
scream.
I've watched him
Yeah,
like fucking read something, and like as he's reading, like get up, like chair flying behind him, dude. And I'm like listening, and I'm doing the
yeah,
same shit. Bro. I'm sitting on my fucking computer chair at home on screen with this man, and I'm getting up, fucking throwing
yeah,
my chair behind me, going like, God damn, bro,
yeah.
like the
Yep, that's what
raise
it's
the
all
play,
about,
the
man.
raise the play shade with, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But yeah, man, and it's on pose like us to be able to share that, like we're all shamans and healers in our own way, right?
Yeah,
And we
that's
just so happen to kind of figure it out enough to be like, I should write this down because I don't want
yeah,
to just hold it in. That like somebody needs to hear this, and this could benefit somebody. And I don't know who, and I don't really care who, but I know that somebody is gonna benefit from my words. It's not just about me fucking expressing getting this off on my chest because whatever, like I'm cool. But like I know that if I say the right thing and the right person hears it, that it's gonna help them either, build that self-confidence or build or just like John said, just realize that they're not alone in this.
Yeah, dude,
And
the person I
that's
spoke
what
to,
really like hosting open minds for the last 3 years, man. That's what that really taught me. Cause dude, I started this shit just in my living room. Like I read a poem that I wrote when I was like 13 at some open mic, and my wife watched how nervous I was. And then I went into this open mic and I read it, and she seen afterwards like how it affected me. And she goes, "You need to do that for at least one other person."
Hmm.
And then so we started open mics that week. Dude, I went on to an open mic on a Wednesday, and by Friday was the first open mic. Like 2 days later, dude, was the first open mic show. And it was like, and I just felt like if I can give that experience to at least one other person where it's like, yo, like we got some shit to say, man. Like fuck. Like, yo, hold up, you got something to say too? Like, let's fucking say it together. Let's make our voices resonate. And even if nobody even hears it or watches or whatever, bro, like we know.
Yep. Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? And then every person that you like, dude, y'all have taught me so much. Maddie, I've learned so much from you. Parquillian, I've learned so much from you. CP, I've learned so much from you. John, I've learned so much from you. You know what I mean? Like Miko, I'm just meeting you, but I'm sure I'm gonna learn something from you and be able to like, like.
Hell yeah.
All right, baby, the mic is yours.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna read an old poem. What's up, Miko?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna read an old poem. Because we're talking about all this shit. The definition of a mask. I wrote this for a Halloween writing challenge at Starplow. The definition of a mask. Mask. A figure of a head worn on the stage in antiquity to identify the character and project the voice. Mask. A covering for all or part of the face, worn as a disguise to amuse or terrify. Fake blood and fangs, sparkles and joke or smiles. We've gathered here tonight to spook each other silly, to give points to the best display of fantasy. Mask. A cover or partial cover for the face used for disguise. Hello. This is my disguise. It looks identical on the surface, on purpose. Thank you for coming out. I have been doing this right for years. Mask, a pretense. Mask, a grotesque false face worn at carnivals or in rituals or as an ornament. Pretty privilege means I don't look autistic. It means that no matter what, I will always be overestimated or underestimated. I was not in special education, but my bullies called me retard, or like I should have known better, but I still deserved it. Our culture was not built to protect the brains who are developing backwards in an alien world. This is all a ritualistic killing of a sacred deer. Mask. A sculptured face or a copy of a face made by means of a mold. I am a sacred deer. Autism is an animal poached to near extinction. I am endangered when I walk out the door. I am not a protected class. I have been poached for a black market bully enough times before I was fully grown that I mask. Mask, a protection. Mask, a covering worn to prevent exposure. Mask, something that serves to conceal or disguise. Mask, make me palatable in your language. A handful into a pocketful. A little quieter now. Maybe Sunday. A couple more friends in her phone than she actually has. A bit more popular. The perfect amount of mysterious. Manic pixie dream girl before she even utters her first name wrong. She never looks as afraid as she is. There's no privilege to looking like someone who would know better and not knowing better. My existence alone is a false pretense. I have no clean edges. Nothing about this frame is trying to tell you a story, but oh, the places you'll go if you imagine me less than a complete story. And you do. I mean, when you imagine me more mature, less baby talk, please. Sit still, more ladylike, please. This time, don't you know how many people could be looking? It's a bone saw to soft tissue. To learn your invisible disability may be better off kept a secret. And what fresh hell I open myself to when I name this Achilles body as my own. Fetishize my disability when it is convenient. I am speaking in a voice far too young for my age anyway. Unmasking means reverting to an innocence that was stolen before you had any say in it. I am asking far too much for a person who is already asking too much. Who could love you like this, you handful? Listen to me. I want to be a Disney witch. Warts and wasted. Hansel and Gretel's reason to not go into the woods themselves. especially worrisome to the type of evil who prey on children in the dark like me. I don't understand social cues like danger till the weapon is unsheathed. My no, the size of an inkling, a drop of ink, a gut feeling, eat me alive. Pretty privilege on a high functioning spectrum, girl, means I get to be an idea before you ever meet me. Mask, a verb, to conceal something from view, to make something indistinct or imperceptible, to cover for protection. A boy called me ugly when I was 16, and I stood so still I disappeared for 12 years. Played possum until my diagnosis answered the question of why so petrified, ghosting myself until last year's diagnosis. How many of you are haunting yourselves tonight? If I take off the layers, mask off, I am clumsier than you expected. But it is a privilege to you. The view you get to see, it is a privilege to be considered a safe place for me here. To see me without this mask for one grotesque moment. You wear anything long enough, it becomes like a phantom limb. You try to take it off and still it is there. I am trying to unfreeze my Medusa curse. I am here tonight as my own tribute. I am there trying to learn how selflessly to honor somebody who is not dead. I am not a taxidermy of a devastating illness. Autism is a superpower. Autism is afraid of your rituals. Autism does not understand safety the way real privilege does. Pretty privilege is a setup to justify my death before it even happens. This is my death mask falling to the ground. This is the living girl entombed in a sarcophagus, protected from the elements in the only way I have ever known. Home.
Woo. That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
God damn.
Uh,
And Nico, you're muted. But yeah, like I said earlier when we spoke today, Maddie, that compliment I gave is from the bottom of my heart. Like, I don't have to say it on camera being recorded, but you know what it is. So yeah, you're cold. You cold. You cold.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks.
absolutely. You have another one you want to share with us, baby?
Sure.
Uh-oh.
I do. Let's see.
I heard you going
I got.
I heard you going to a regional slam competition that already has about 140 people signed up for it. Yeah, I heard the world's about to know who you are. That's what I heard.
I'm trying to print a chat book so that when I get there, if anybody likes me, I can sell something because I don't have anything yet.
Me and Miko's done it. Hit a Kinko's. Like, we know how to stretch it.
I'm wondering what if you like as I'm reading poems over the next couple weeks, if you tell me that one's worth the chat book, let me know if one sticks out because I don't want to do much editing. I want to leave it as it is so I don't spend too much time going crazy. It's just, is it worth the chat book or not? Because I do want to make something and it'll be pretty easy to make a simple like stapled printed thing, you know?
Right.
Okay, here's a poem. I wrote this for a feature because I was really nervous and I talked to you, CP, and you were like, I was like, what the fuck do I do? Because I'm not good on stage. And you were like, tell people you're nervous. Just say it. Just say what you are. And I wrote this. It's called Circus. I can't work unless the assignment is due at midnight and I am already up past my bedtime. I want to be a rebel so bad. I want things to be easier, but instead I am a lamb. My voice used to shake on stage when I performed Fast Car one time when I was 15, so I never stood back up there. I decided when I went back to performing in college that I'd just get drunk enough before my time slot that I would perfectly deliver my poem unslurred and nobody would know how scared I was to be on stage with everyone looking up at me, platformed and pedestaled when my confidence was stuck like gum under my shoes. I performed all of the 3 times in college and then quit. Despite spending more than half my time writing when I should have been studying for nursing school, I solace that at least I didn't pick my dream job, majored in English, because my tongue got stuck in a twister. And besides, all my elective writing course teachers said I don't kill enough of my darlings to get my point across without half the room falling asleep or checking out. Well, welcome to my moment. My hands are shaking and my lungs are playing rock, paper, scissors with one another. Every count of 3, they slam the voice box and say, best 2 out of 3. Best 3 out of 5. They won't stop being competitive. They won't stop playing games with me. And I'm horrible at getting out of my head and learning how to play in my own body. So I call them misbehaved. I call my body a rascal. I tell her to be quiet, and then if she doesn't listen, I scream over her and I wrestle. To her, she just wants to play, and I don't know how. Most times in my life up until now, I have never known that's what she was saying. I punished her for her mess. I pawned her off to hands of strangers to babysit. I always told that being seen was a privilege. So then asking to be heard is just for brats. Spoiled, making a scene, a show out of a dancing kid who is not worth watching just to get dizzy. I have treated my body like a circus. I have walked the tightrope and it looked like I was balancing. I let the man put his gun in my mouth and pull the trigger and genuinely thought this is just how good party tricks are created. But the elephant in the show learned how to make you clap with a whip and performed in fugue state flashbacks while the cameras went on flashing and the audience goes wild. It wasn't until a few years ago that the public learned how much it can cost to put on a good show. The Cirque du Soleil audience didn't have a clue what kind of terror has to lash at a 10-ton creature's heart to make it learn how to dance, make it believe it was supposed to dance. If we let children direct the show, they would ask, when can we play with the animals? They wouldn't go looking for the ring of fire and the biggest tiger they could push through it. I am 27 years old next week, and I was diagnosed autistic last year. Every day of my life has been a show to some degree. At least once a day, I put on a voice that doesn't fit in my lungs. I paint my face, and I do the trick to avoid the silence that fills a stadium when the joke is not funny enough or the balancing act was not convincing enough, not high enough off the ground. I have risked my safety for a false promise of acceptance by the general admission seats who see me up close. The fake face that fear makes me wear is a heavy mask. I wait until I'm just moments from showing up late to even get out of bed. The stadium fills up and I am the tiger. I'm barely a whisper, let alone a roar, but I have to make something come out. I have been a circus freak all my life and my body is an animal. The tiger that made you famous and then went back into the cage dreaming of the day it finally got to roar without the whip. Siegfried and Roy got away with assault every night till the cat got out of the bag, devoured its own tongue, lit the ring on fire and swallowed the entire circus whole. Hello.
Yeah, that's one. Chat bucket. Chat
Really?
bucket. Yeah, chat bucket. Like
Yeah, okay.
the circus, imagine we're just cracking open a book, any one of us, right? Or we're in the library or fucking a bookstore. I don't know what bookstores are anymore. That's like porno mags. They don't exist. But you're a bookstore or whatever. And you're flipping through a book or the table of contents and you come across something that says circus. It kind of makes me want to know what it's about. The title,
All right.
you know what I'm saying? Like it kind of makes me want to take a moment and open it up and see like, what's this circus poem about? I think it should go. It's going to give variety. Yeah.
Okay.
I would concur that was fire, and you have some
Really?
awesome lines in there.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you. That's my oldest book draft. That was like the first time I was like, I'm gonna publish a book. That was like 4 years ago. So cool. Thank you. It's nice to know there's still some good in there. Does anybody else want to read? Because I'll keep reading forever because I have so much shit I need to go over and find the good stuff and I'm looking into old stuff and yeah. So if anybody else want to go, I'm endless with this shit.
I'll be up whenever anybody else wants to go. I can go after somebody. That's good.
Go.
Uh-oh.
I mean, go ahead, CP, take us to church.
Okay, here's the newest.
Wait, before you go, Miko, who was that?
Oh, this is me. This is Melody. This is my partner.
Hello.
We can't see her, and all we see is your stupid ass
trying to
character
figure
for your
this
name.
out. Somehow he got muted and I can't
She's my technical advisor.
get it back.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm headed to work, but he just wanted me to pop in and say hello.
Hello.
Bye.
Oh, I like. Yeah.
I'm still tough, okay? Still tough.
Yeah.
All right. I had some comments for you, Maddie.
Yeah.
Tell me your comments.
I'll tell you this, man. Slam does not do you justice. The time limit on Slam does not. It's because like your poems, like all together, you fill out 4.5 minutes beautifully.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
And then so the editing process becomes a thing. It's like, so what do I take? What don't I take? But we're gonna figure it out.
Oh yeah.
But man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, the layered writing. I like how you take one point and then you make it bigger. and then sometimes you'll flip it and create like a juxtaposition on it. And I think yeah, that's that hard soft that me and Maze always talk about, like who can make the best hard soft comparison in a metaphor. So yeah, that's rocking. That's rocking.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Hi,
but
sidekick.
oh,
Word,
Senator
White Lightning.
Kemp.
Hello.
Yeah, we discovered, Miko, that mantis. I'm just making conjunctions. I'm just making conjunctions for the rest of the night. I'm gonna make them up. You're just gonna have to figure out what I'm talking about. Yeah, Maddie superpower was her frantic. You know,
Yeah.
it was her in the most. If
Mhm.
we all have our own little ticks when we get when
Yeah.
we feel like out of place or out of sorts or vulnerable, we all have our ticks. And Maddie's is her frantic, and her
Yeah.
frantic is where she's the most honest. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like it's got to get
Yeah.
out. I don't know right now.
Yeah.
It's got to get out. And I feel as if, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Maddie, but I feel as if like in that process in the mind, like I got to get this shit out. Is it coming out right? I don't know, but I got to get this shit out. It feels good. I don't know if it's going to be received. Like, and it's all this shit's going on in the head at the same time, but you're blessed with a way of carving out words. And then all of a sudden you drop off on your speech pattern. And then whatever you say next, when you slow up like that, it pops so much more.
Pacing.
Yeah,
pacing.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. New shit.
New shit.
All right. Still in this process. Okay. I think right now it's called Open Door Good. Working title. Bear with me. God, get the heaven in here. In heart. In here. Hell's out of patience with me, with my smile, saying, God, what am I supposed to do when I wake up wanting nothing more? Heartbeats every time you wake me up, armed with heartbeats, holding off all the desperately waiting to go off, waiting to pay Maze patiently back the fuck off, what all my reapers are screaming down here, my heart feels like it's always coughing in a coffin, heartbeat up with self-imposed crisis, like crisis coming back second, coming back better on attempt to higher wrath of God, revolutionary revelation scale type crisis deep down south, down here, sweating from your words like I've always been asphalt, an angel flew sick, my coffin top opens, flip open from coughing out words, drunk off rebar and concrete like my passion ain't paved streets. All I see is walking web surfing coffins down here, are all carrying all my loved ones' hearts down here. Hearts beat up like Christ. Heart beat up both us in here. Hearts beat up smelling like smoke Satan left over in here. My sins far left from sober in here. Casket smoke smelling so loud it's yelling, waking up all the addicts in here. Alarm clock up, pilot lights in my brain's addicts in there. Here with the addicts addicted to spark lit light bulb high in here like Moses Googling, looking up God like God. Come on, folk. Can we borrow another dawn of sparkling dew manna down here? Toilet bowl blessing, desperately needing to shit in and on everything everywhere. Down here, it's got us. Down here, hashtag sidebar, hashtag Jesus, hashtag outlaw Maze, heart holding hellfire. It's what Maze first cried out as a baby. Down here, cause even Jesus is second coming, no sorry. Down here, niggas can't keep calling on God down here. Jesus ain't coming round. Believe me, See, Jesus ain't no coward, but be watchful of the quicksand cowards who praise Achilles' heels. Down here, hustlers hugging Dracos. No, Christ don't want that smoke. Round here, in and around here, I stay windpipe bomb on earth. Down here, with hope with me and God cracking up. So, hallelujah, high in here, like Maze from here on out till sin. We forever crunk and stay flint the fuck up in here, top to 10 toes down, bottom of my heart in here. Hashtag 2 truths, 1 lie. God and I got a staring off eye contest game to see who blinks first, always going off and on. Down here, my self-esteem, and I learned the lost language of lethal, of myself, lost language of lethal, of wailing wallflower, thumb on flint, anointing oil drenched in loose angel asthma, lethal I am. Down here, Maze focus, become lung lethal, lions den language of loose leaf hinge, apparently fluent in holer waterboarding and dragon fire dialect and scrappy. What the fuck does it do down here? My self-esteem learned I become the tar taste on the Phoenix Firebird's tongue. Windpipe bomb I am down here after the first time Cupid choked both me and my heart the fuck out. Down the fuck here is when I got crunk. That's where I'm at in the poem. Sorry, that's kind of where I'm at. I haven't finished it yet.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That was fucking awesome.
Let's go, Maze.
It's good in here. It's good in here.
Sir, down here. It's the reframe that does it for me.
Yeah.
Down here. And then we keep bringing it back out. We're going to be all right. We're going to be ready for We're going to be ready for Knoxville.
Yeah.
We're going to be all right. I promise you that much. Yeah. Sure is there somewhere in Missouri? Oh, yeah, we're going to be all right, though. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, I got this other poem. It's a group piece, but I'm going to read it all the way through.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
It's a group piece between me and this dude named Miko. The background is we started to write a group piece in my loft together, and we wrote it in one sitting, right? Together, which is pretty amazing to write and start and complete a poem in one sitting is difficult enough, but to do it sharing art forms with a different person is even better. And as soon as me and Miko were done writing this piece, y'all, I put the piece, hooked it up from my Mac cable to the flat screen TV in the loft, put the poem on the flat screen TV. We stared at the TV, reading the poem, mapping out movements, and we memorized the poem kind of all in one shot. It's called
I was so nervous. I was so nervous.
I am becoming, evolving, revolving. Revolution sits heavy in my gut, trying to force its way out from the inside. Artistic instincts take over. I am becoming bad health stuffing, a fortune cookie stuttering. I am becoming, growing, a bonsai tree inside of me, blooms intelligent design, asphalt and angel, son of a gun gospel, concrete madmen looking for your metaphor in the mirror, and I'm slipping through the fingers of your capitalistic construct. Call me Castro. Emergent artists emulating anarchy is the absence of social control, constantly conflicting, social alchemists experimenting, baptizing lead hearts gold again. Wouldn't it all be beautiful if we could all go gold again?
We are scripture.
Concrete prophecies predicting in your skin deep belief system. So fuck being ordinary. I got a heart full of lit sticks of dynamite, and I'm thinking demolition, ignition. I am becoming, moving through Sound waves moving through speaker box, a street preacher packing the street sweeper, holding up a few fingers at your straight jacket doctrine. Hold on, I'm slightly left at center, slowly drifting right wing conspiracy theorists. There is something out there that wants to see art die because rich is the capitalism, like cocaine is the suburb. Pain does not discriminate. We are becoming more than they ever expected us to, so keep pushing. There is something out there, and there, and it's wanting nothing more than there, and there, wanting nothing more for you to stop moving, because it knows that's the only way it can win. Poem. Yes. Something like that.
You did that on purpose.
Yep, sure did. Absolutely did.
That's what's up.
Did.
All right, you know what? Let's do it. I'm on it. That's what's up. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely amazing, CP. Miko, what you got for us? I don't think I ever met you before, Miko. It's an honor.
Good to meet you, sir. I'm sorry, I got my glasses on, but I'm having a hard time reading. What's your name?
John Michael.
John Michael. All right, good to meet you, sir. All right.
Absolutely.
Okay, so like they say, we're getting ready to go to this big thing, and I'm super excited about it. It's for me. There's been a long layout for doing poems, and so to now get around a group of people who are really excited about it, and it just kind of it reminds me of like when I was a hungry young poet who didn't care. All I cared about was the words. So there's that. All right, so I want to make sure. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do. I wanted to do something new.
No shit. What's
Yeah. All right. So I like personification poems. I like to, I don't know, I'm a Disney fan. So when you can take something and then apply human qualities to it and make it real or not, I think that's a big thing. And I love telling the stories. So this poem is called Brushstroke. What's over here? I am her hairbrush. And before hers, I belong to another, much older. Her silver strands still tangled deep inside of me. I was polished then, a gaudy thing French from Tiffany's in New York. I came in my own box with a mirror, gift wrap, and given on a Wednesday for no specific reason. When he saw me, he knew. He knew how her face would turn waterfalls and fireworks. And when she held me for the first time, I tried to stretch every single silk bristle I had towards her. We were simple then, mostly sleepovers and blowouts. And as time passed, along with all your hairstyles, I brushed you faithfully. I watched when you cut it all off when he broke up with you. Your heart's beats filled the bathroom. I thought you never stopped crying. I couldn't understand why you were fondling that razor. I remember when you threatened to use me as a weapon when the house got broken into. We hid in the bathroom, the sounds of footprints staining the halls. Remember when we almost didn't make it through customs in Italy? They thought I was a gun. The look on your face was priceless, trying to explain, what about your wedding? You were nervous. White lace and open heart roses. I shook in your hand as we folded your hair. I thought your dad would never stop crying. I understood when you boxed me up. Things changed. You kept chopped white lines on mirror. I didn't see you again until after the divorce. In our new place, you promised things would be different. I believe you. Then lines on mirror turned to chalk, rock, and glass. It was hard to recognize you. You got mad at me for pulling your hair out. I tried to tell you it wasn't my fault. You got worse. The men in the bathroom mirror kept revolving door changing like the black and blue under your eyes. Wait, where are you taking me? Don't pawn me again. I'm her hairbrush, but I used to belong to another. Poem.
How old? I mean, how new? However you want to view that.
Oh man, I wrote that
That was awesome.
A while ago. While ago. I was doing this thing on Facebook. I was just trying to keep the pen warm. So I think sometimes people forget that they're poets. And so you show them a poem, then they might want to jump back in. But I like that one. I think that'd be like a fourth poem for Southern Fried. But definitely for the feature, or no, we call it the ciphers, because that's
Yeah. Yeah. There's one I definitely want to run by you to see if we should put it in the pocket. But yeah. Super
Okay.
dope. And you're right. There's another name for it. Persona poems. Is that what it's
the
called?
personification.
Personification. Okay. Yeah.
Or the
Okay.
persona.
Persona. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Word. Yeah, you're a hell of a storyteller, man.
Absolutely amazing.
Well, I
You have
mean,
another one for us?
Sure. Okay. Let's wow, it's wild. Because I have to remember I'm a poet and we have poems. All right, let's do this one. May said I should stand up and do poems. And he's probably right.
Yeah. Only if you're wearing boxer briefs with a hole in the back.
You will not frustrate my destiny, CP Mays.
All right, my bad. I was talking vintage underwear, like the old vintage underwear, matching tube socks with the colored stripes on the top, like
with stripes, with stripes,
with stripes on top. Yeah,
like you're a marathon man. All right. All right. This poem is about The Walking Dead for zombie fans. It's also a love story. So. I loved you. From the first moment our eyes ever found each other, I made God a promise. I asked him if he could somehow see himself clear as to lending me just one of his angels, then I would protect her. But I couldn't know that promise would come calling so early, calling so violently, in teeth and bullets. The free world is on fire. We held hands and watched as life slipped into anarchy. The streets now swollen with unstrung marionettes, the bodies of the dead now reanimated rag dolls, their hungry groans slowly growing orgasm.
Yeah.
Now, normally, you don't go out at night, but we're hungry. And the one thing they never tell you about the end of the world, well, you might survive it, but not without food or water or shelter. This is hell. I never fired a gun until the apocalypse. I never knew the depths of your love until you caved in a neighbor boy's head with a shovel. When that gun jammed, click, click, love is red for a reason. It is fire. And I can feel that sweat. Water falling off your forehead, man. You never told me you got bit. You just said you needed time to rest, and I should have ended it then. Placed muzzle to temple, 45 caliber, kissed you back to God. Why does everything I love die? Mate, if I let you make me one of them, at least that way we can still be together. Feasting on what's left of the gods, on what the children, this world does not play favorites, and I have failed you, beloved. So, I will see you in heaven. If such a place exists. Paul.
Woo!
Oh, okay. You're a Walking Dead fan. I can tell.
That's
like,
my jam.
You mean bang? You said
So I want
the
to get
end.
sidekick
Oh,
to dance. I want to get sidekick to dance and turn to a zombie with me when I do this.
a hundo, dude, a hundo. You're gonna have trouble stopping me. You got me dancing while you're doing it. I love that piece.
Yes, sir.
how old?
That's going back to like when Walking Dead was kind of popping. So that's probably like 6 years old.
Gotcha.
Wow.
I've never seen one episode of The Walking Dead ever in my life.
Oh, fair.
You're right.
Fair.
Yeah, I lived in too many slums with heroin addicts. I know what The Walking Dead looks like.
Just go outside.
To prove it. Just go outside. Sidekick.
You
All
there,
right, Kick,
sir?
what do you got for us tonight?
Kick side.
Oh, so.
All right, all right, all right. This is great. It's so nice to be in the house, and I love hearing y'all's voices. Yeah, Maze, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me all right. Ooh, I got thumbs from Maze, Miko, baby. This is beautiful. All right, here's a piece I've been trying to see if I can remember. So be patient with me, and I'll try and be rowdy with y'all. They say you can't walk on the sidewalks downtown in any major city without stepping on the bones of slaves. Dear Donald Trump, this poem is not about race. This poem is about feet. Look down at your feet. Or don't. When's the last time you remembered to remember your feet? You'll remember that your feet have 26 different bones in each of them. A quarter of all the bones in your body were dedicated and designed to building your foundation. You got a lot of places to go. And oh, the places you will go. When you walk, 33 different joints come together to help to get you to where you are dreaming. Keep dreaming. When's the last time you remembered to thank them for the fields that they have carried you through and the waters they refuse to let you drown in before kicking you back to the sunlight, back to the air, back where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. I wish I could be a part of this world. I don't think this poem is about race. My feet remind me that I was a professional ballet dancer. So I remember them being held up to the sky like a god before plummeting to the earth to save the rest of the body in a perfect pirouette and then tandoing into a glissade, allowing the entire body to look effortless. I didn't say that right. What I meant to say was that, Donald, the bones that we walk over daily belong to black ballet dancers who were strung up like a god before plummeting to the earth, allowing the entire death to look effortless and then tandoing into a glissade, strong enough to make the rest of us fear you like a god when you are the original, where the rest of the body comes from, thrown into shackles, but they could not suffocate you, carried into seas, but they could not drown you, as to hold up and build up this one-man world while forefathers told us they are just feet. They will only ever be feet. This is not a metaphor. This is a reminder. This poem is about race, about feet, about race, about feet, about feet walking on sidewalks powdered with the bones of blacks, offering us their backs so that we can get to our jobs, of cops choking concrete corners, of the media asking us, why was the sidewalk there in the first place? But sidewalks don't have mouths, so they can't say things like, hands up, don't shoot, I can't breathe, I was on my way to work, and if they could, would we have even have listened? And y'all, I'm sorry that I had to drive over asphalt covered in blood to realize Black Lives Matter. This was never about race, wasn't supposed to be about race. I thought it was just about feet, about getting us to where we are going. But how will we ever get anywhere worth going without first recognizing how we got there, how we got here in the first place? Poem.
Yes.
That piece took me back to was that inspired by the Concrete Generation, Lotus Generation passing of the candle? Like, cause that thing we did that ceremony for us was at what was it, an AME church, a first black AME
It was
church?
at an AMD church, one of the first denominations in the United States that became integrated.
Integrated, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So they're known as black churches for sure. But it was the first church that took a stance. It was like, nah, it's like Sunday morning is the most segregated hour in America.
Well, yeah.
And we are going to change that.
Yeah.
And we're still putting in work.
I like the connection with feet, because feet is intimate. Remember Pulp Fiction?
Oh yeah.
Why did they kill Tony Rockahora? He gave Mia Wallace a foot massage.
You ever
And
you ever
so
given somebody a foot massage?
no. But like what you're doing is you're creating an intimate connection. And like people feel how they wanted to feel about their feet. And then when you draw it out bigger, you bring people closer. So that's a good hearts off.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You got another one for our sidekick?
Totally. I got a piece me and Miko both think is like super fun. All right. In my yard, y'all, I be getting it. I'm sidekick jumping the candlestick. My back end thick. I be the agricultural Vic Vaughn. I'm the picture of a masterpiece. It's quite ludicrous, actually. In the middle of my hot pop fantasy, a car goes by. Yo! What it do, Frodo? Y'all ever feel like the skin you're in don't match the spirit? Like when all your interests don't match your epidermis? If I'm Frodo, then my hood be the Lord of the Rings. And that man down the block slinging rock is a dwarf, selling the habit. Elves keep moving in makes sense since we keep building 2 stories, chasing them treetops, gentrification tick-tock. I don't want to be the hero. I want to be Sam, a wise man, but these G's keep tempting me. If I extend my hand, take that power, that very hour, no longer a hero or sidekick, Charlotte would see a new Saruman. A white wizard posing as an ally. Cops, Urukai, throw stones, then hide hands. I'd be invisible to all unfriendly eyes via white skin and code switching. No one noticed the would-be hippie be the one cutting down legacy trees, burning up dark forests and fentanyl. Cops choking corners. The goblins paying tributes. Orcs orchestrating a new world order, and always the white hand of a sorrowful man on every after-school program. Don't whisper here. Do not tempt me with the title of Frodo when deep in my heart I cut a part of me off. It means breaking bridges. I will hold my tongue except to scream at the would-be evil revealed by greed. You shall not pass. Cut him off, but not the beard. If war, I will go full Tom, bomb, bang, bang. Here's the deal. 3 blocks away from Jordan Bailey. 1 block away from me is an elementary school with one of the highest illiteracy rates in the country. I'm not Frodo, y'all. I just look like him. My spirit don't fit my skin. Our hero is in that school, but we have not become Hobbiton in the hood, have not taken the Shire to the streets, as long as he's still in there, waiting to be called out into an adventure he can't read yet. But there's still some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for. So I go there, like Sam, a wise man, with my simple gifts in hand of the ABCs and stories, and I place them at the feet of a child who, to me, looks like a king. Poem.
Yes.
Oh, Frodo, what it do?
I just feel like that, man. That's gonna be a nice breath of fresh air, and then you suck them in, like you get them, catch them off guard, and then you like the point of like just kind of saying, "I love the Jordan Bailey line."
Come on, that's my brother, contemporary writer.
Right down the street.
Oh yeah, 100%. We ain't doing our jobs as poets yet. We got work to do. Yeah.
Hey, John Michael, you got a poem?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's fucking John Michael's been soaking up shit. I want to soak up some John Michael. What's good?
Let's get it, baby.
Come on, Michael.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got some little stuff.
Oh, I tell women that all the time. I undersell myself. I undersell myself every single time. I've always undersold myself, so it's a surprise when it actually happens. So it's not a little poem. I know it's not a little poem.
All right, let me find something. Damn it.
Dude, thanks for hosting.
Here's one I wrote a long time ago. It's a piece called Escape. To be bound and gagged, battered and beaten, dragged for miles by your own thoughts of denial. This abuse, physical, mental, delivered by the hands and words of your hidden sadistic trials. It's my fault, really. For I seen the blast of that red flag cannon, smelled cotton candy, dank sugar, and watched your blistering fireworks that brought me so high. I never thought about the landing. Instead of the warning, I seen the carnival luring, taunting, bringing me in with that sweet taste of excitement. How could I not enter through the doors of that house that would be soon be so frightening? You had my dopamine flowing, my heart was slowing only to skip a beat. The moment I got lost in those eyes, the lies. The moment our lips touched, my blood rushed, and I was all yours for the taking. A love only to be mistaken, misleading, guided by a gaslit lantern that would take me down the darkest corridor of my existence. You were my drug, and who was I to resist it? An addict to your sweet, blissful, sadistic poison. And I knowingly, wantingly pumped it through my veins, wanting that rush, that lust, that blissful blush. Instead was the hook with barbs of rust that pierced my skin, reeled me in with passion so exciting and full of sin, only to be punished and tortured within. Twisting and bending my mind, I was lost, made to be who I not was and couldn't find, trapped with no way out. And that one day comes when something inside you just breaks. Just then, no more can you take. You leave, you don't look back, no matter how hard you're attacked. You go silent and start to spin. And there for a while, their torture wins. You can't move, can't breathe. People give up on you and leave.
Yeah.
Or you leave them. Because what you see in the mirror, how could how could you face someone much clearer? And how could anyone even understand? Some of us don't make it. Stake their claim in the darkness and take it, no way out. And at last, we're at our end, presented with that choice to surrender or live again. I choose life. Boom.
Ooh. What? Yeah, that's Don't blow smoke.
great.
Yeah. That's
The-
you
the
pissed on my head
pacing,
and told
man.
me it was rain. You pissed on my head and told me it was rain, John Michael. Like you said it was a little poem. You said it was a little poem. Like that's far like the gaslight line. Can you read that gaslight line for me one more time?
Yeah.
That touched me in a special place.
Guided by a gaslit lantern that would lead me down the darkest corridor of my existence.
Yeah.
What's the line
You were
right
my
before?
drug, and who was I to resist it?
That's it. That's crazy, man. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the timbre of your voice or the pacing, but it's just, I don't know, man. It's like it's very authentic. It's very authentic. So I'm just drawn into what you're saying. So when those lines hit, I was like, oh my God. So yeah. So rock it. That's what's up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I got a little one that I just wrote the other night, and it's a tiny little piece, but
Go off.
I was once captured in the lion's den, engulfed in the flaming pond of truths. It was there I seen Jesus walk upon the waters as the sea divided and hell was created. I spent a lifetime there in solitude, waiting for fate in silence. Oh.
On page, how many like I think I know how you write your lines. I don't know, like
I'm trying to change my writing style up. I'm trying to go more storytelling, more prose.
Right.
I'm trying to lose a lot of my rhyme and go a different route. Like these are kind of old stuff, but
Gotcha.
I haven't been pushing myself, but I've been letting myself naturally evolve in a way and getting more into the storytelling and trying to just work with other poets to try to like challenge myself.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, bro.
Because I got this book that I've been trying to write, but it's not a poetry collection. It's more of a memoir, and it needs to be told in prose, kind of in a way. Um, just a collection of stories, all kind of weaved together. And
Right.
I've just been waiting for that moment, and it's starting to get
Can
there.
I ask you a question? When you say prose, do you mean like novel, or do you mean like the Iliad?
I mean, like less rhyme and more storytelling,
Yeah.
being more metaphoric than
Okay.
trying to spit rhymes. And
Gotcha.
it's been more of a challenge for me because my mind
Sure.
works in rhymes and riddles.
Right.
Like a lot of times, for the longest time, I wrote like little miniature pieces, and they were more like riddles than anything. Like you really had to look into it deep to figure out what I was talking about.
Right. Mhm. I dig
I
it.
think I think the awesome part about prose or prose poems, which is I don't know if that's oxymoronic or not, but when I do prose poems, uh, with the way that you write, if prose, if I got this right, prose is more literal. When people think of prose, they think of literal. And when people think of like poetry, they think of figurative language, right? That not taking things so literally.
I feel
When I
like
think of
prose is like the old school poetry, like you think like Anne Carson, like that long, like drawn out, very based in the literal world. Like there's not a lot of metaphor, but it's just like like professional yapper, you know?
Is
yeah,
that a
Right. And
narrative?
if you go back to like William S. Burroughs and Ginsberg and
Yeah.
Jack Kerouac, that
what
was kind
some
of
of my
like
biggest influences.
But like,
how
is
they
that like a
would weave
narrative?
their stories together,
Hold up, Miko. Hold up, Miko. So, like with what Maddie was saying about that style and the yap or whatever, what I was getting to was with the way you write poetry. If you dabble in prose, your prose won't be like stereotypical prose. You're too much of a poet, so your
Yeah.
prose
Right.
is going to be rich as fuck with texture, like
That
which is
part.
going to make you stand out a lot higher than a regular prose writer. Like I think poets that write prose better than prose writers that don't write poetry. That's it. That's what I want to say. Yeah.
I agree. And I've kind of been working towards that direction, and it's hard to switch your brain to
Off the
write in
rhyme
that
scheme.
different
Yeah.
style. Like you constantly have to work on it. And I mean, I work 65 hours a week. I travel all over the place for work.
Wow. How does
So then
selling
I'm
drugs?
up in the
How does
hotel.
selling drugs treat you? How does selling drugs
Uh,
treat you? How does selling drugs treat you? What hours are you working traveling in the United States?
How
Hey, that's
my
Clint
question is how
Eastwood
the
from
fuck
the
do you work
Mule.
65 hours a week and
I
host
know.
a poetry show? I don't know. I
I
fucking
don't
barely
sleep
make money, man.
much.
Hey, that's Clint Eastwood from the Mule.
I don't sleep much. No, that was my former days.
God.
I'm actually almost 11 months clean now. Um,
Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Before that, I was smuggling drugs all, well, I probably shouldn't say that on a live here,
Yeah.
but anyway.
Stop the recording. Stop the
Stop the
recording.
We won't post this one.
Gotcha.
What's up, Jackson?
What's up, Maddie? How we doing?
What's up, dude?
Awesome. That's awesome.
We've been
Yeah,
like
Jackson, what do
Instagram,
you
like
got for us
exchanging like
tonight?
memes on Instagram, and like that's it. What's up?
That's it. Yeah, I've been away for a little bit. I've been
Same. I was dead.
yeah, for those of you who don't know, I've been in rehab for the last 61 days.
Yes, sir. He's been handling
Welcome
it like a
back.
champ.
Congratulations.
Just picked up my 60-day chip
Big
yesterday.
shit.
So
Big boy shit.
Congratulations, dude.
yeah. Thank
That's
you.
fucking awesome.
Big props.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's
How you doing?
amazing
How you
when you
doing?
get clean and what can happen from there. Actually,
Yeah.
on my 1 year anniversary, I'm gonna be I was asked to be a part of Gonzo Fest this year in New
New
Orleans.
Orleans. Yeah.
Word.
And I'm gonna be celebrating my 1 year anniversary down in New Orleans reading. So it's amazing. And a year ago I thought I was dead. I was literally snorting over a quarter ounce of cocaine a day
Check.
and moving shit all over the country. And now, my life has completely done a 360. I'm back working. I got my own place. I'm clean. I'm chasing my dream. Finally getting my writing out there and, starting to pick up performances. And, it's a wild experience when you make that choice to better yourself. So I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Very proud of you.
Jackson that's major. Yeah, it's major. When I heard you went in, I was like, this motherfucker. Like, I think he's clandestine. Hello, Chip. I was like, I think Jackson is just fucking checking in just to get more writing. He wants more authentic writing and shit. Like, he's going,
He's going in there for the process.
Yeah, for the process and shit. Like, I've always wondered, can I write poetry without being drunk or high? How about I check myself in and then write some poems just to prove it to myself? So, yeah. But I'm uber proud. Jackson handled that shit like a G. Like, that's not easy.
If you ever need anything, man, reach out to me. I'm always available. I don't sleep much.
What did you write in there?
In the Bing, when you were locked up.
I've written. I haven't loved my writing since then. I've been more focused on taking my writing that I already have and turning it into I've been working on slam pieces because most of my poetry I write to be read on the page, not to be performed. And so I think I have there was a slam piece that I wanted to perform tonight for you guys and hear what you think.
Spit it, baby.
Do you want us to time it?
Yeah, go for it.
Jackson, are you going to Southern Fried?
He has no idea about Southern Fried. He doesn't know you.
Am I frozen?
I know Jackson.
You're unfrozen, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm unfrozen?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. All right. Do we have the timer ready?
Ready.
Sweet.
Don't fuck this up.
Stop it, Maze.
Tonight's a beach night. It's never a reach, right? In Southern California, shit. Even when it rains, it's golden. Holden called us freshly independent, independently wealthy. Rachel's reels of Polaroid selfies immortalize the moment. There's plenty to go around. Prithee, Tim bartender, please tender another round of too much drink. Too much greed. I nurse a needed spliff, palming an old fashioned in the middle of the floor. You sat pat next to Matt and snored a happy chorus while the rest sang and laughed. A preliminary threshing of the wheat from the chaff. Anderson packed bobs and weaves throughout the background, while Bob and Steven toast the shareholders who've yet to crack down on our little slice of luxury. But it's more than that. It's comforting to know that we've lucked into something beautiful. Bonds beneath the cuticle midst days spent in cubicles where our work is seldom musical but affords us such a useful commodity. Madeline's in it for the money and the lifestyle. I've got to be. I mean, who could turn these chances down? We cannot be anomaly. In the back of my head, though, I know I don't feel scholarly or creatively fulfilled, but for the love, that I'll be bottling. And speaking of bottles, pour more vodka to the heart of me. The night's still young and dumb and fun. Oblivion is calling me. What's conscience in good company? I no longer need to run from me. Tomorrow the sun may swallow us all. Tonight I'm living comfortably. Do I still pay rent for that apartment in your head? Had you not intervened when you did, perhaps I would have bled out in that parking lot. Do I park a spot chalked in white paint beneath your brain? Does my existence provide pain? An omnipresent rain cloud effect? Was it your neck on the line? Do you pine after the time when my yoke was easy? Do you feel sleazy abandoning a friend after freeing him from the fate he chose freely? I went to hell for you. I returned and you ushered a red carpet welcome back to the world of the living. A smile and a hug over a slice of pepperoni. You told me you loved me and just wanted to see me happy. I kept my promise. And where the fuck were you? The earth again fell away when I had only just remembered how to stand. What kind of man does that to his brother? Do you fancy yourself a martyr? I love you dearly, but I will not entertain such childish misapprehensions. I pray you face head on and make peace with your decisions, as I have. And to our sister, Kumusta, of you I wish the same, but since you lack the decency even to reach out to you, I simply say, home.
Like an awesome sign off line.
Yeah, that's an awesome sign off. Yeah. I just want to let you know, where did Jackson go? Like that sign off is so dope. Yeah. Watching John Michael in the conversation we had right before you stepped into the room, Jackson, we were talking about rhyming styles. John was talking about, not stepping away. Help me out, John. Adding a new tool to his toolbox that didn't depend so much on rhyming, right? Something like that. So like, yeah, to watch John Michael.
More the storytelling and details,
Yeah, I
and
think
kind of losing a lot of the rhyme, not losing the rhyme, but strategically placing it in.
That part.
So it's not like every other line is rhyming. It's like maybe, in one section, in one stanza, if you want to call it, maybe just putting two lines in there that, I don't know. I'm playing with it.
I found when you lose the rhyme, because the rhyme kind of dictates the poem sometimes, you can kind of say what you really want to say. And then, like you said, strategically place a rhyme.
Gotcha. Like let the rhyme.
Yeah, it's like cutting out the inner and capturing the outer. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand better now. A buddy of mine, close friend of mine, a brother. He was the editor for my first book that I'd never tell anybody about. He told me like about a month ago on the phone when I was reading him a poem. He's out of New Orleans. He's like, Maze, I think you should bring in this, that, and the third. It's something about the small shit that makes a piece of literary work pop. For Jackson, for me in that poem, with all the emotion, with all of that going on, I can follow because my ear is tuned to it, But it's shit when he says something like pepperoni pizza. Like it's those small little things like that makes it seem that much more human. Like you really put me, I'm following your emotion and your pain and I've been there. But that pepperoni pizza grounds me a little bit more. It makes you that much more reachable. Like, so when you're saying, John, adding in more description, I think that's the pepperoni pizza. You know what I'm saying? Those little descriptive things, it's going to make it pop. Like, yeah. I love it.
Also, time was 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Ooh.
Good job, dude.
Yeah.
Good job. You got anything else, Jackson?
Yeah, I got another one. I've been working on like stitching together different poems and seeing how they work. This is two of my favorite poems stitched together. I performed this for the first time yesterday and it did pretty well at a slam. I lost by 0.1. Someone else out of 30, and that stung a little bit. Autumn blooms, winter wails, green looms and white whales, pink walls, a house of cards, and a taste that never turns stale. In my eyes, it may as well be the main course of the whole event. I like coming to another's aid. What can I say? I'm generous. Kendrick said that last line would obviate recognition. Break these walls down with a foray of forehead kisses, delicious. Eyes open from below provides a striking view. The staff strikes only once it knows a river's rushing through. Jet streams gently encourage the jetties to move. I'm incorrigible. What's that? You don't fancy my attitude? Come find out firsthand just what this loud mouth can do. Smooth nails on paper skin beckoning up and back. The carry case of an arrow, tug of hair, a stifled gasp, a crumbling composure past impossible to mask. Tantalus salvation draped just beyond her grasp. As our delicate dalliance dances toward a confident crescendo, a couple of requests before it's officially time to let go. Hold tight to this ballet. It has nearly breathed its last. Hold tight to this emotion, blithely joyful, unabashed. Hold tight to this feeling, swell endorphin tides in mass. Hold tight to this moment. All good things must one day pass, and all paths lead to Florence. Aren't expats abhorrent? I mean, beautiful. My cuticles are blue, but I'll ignore it. My girl texts me she's wet. My OCD's in effect, so I burn my lips because I don't believe her one bit. She hates me. I don't know this, but she's fucking other poets is the yarn my brain is selling, and the feeling's not inchoate. My therapist says to find my safe place and let these thoughts float by like clouds, but I look up and find not a shred of blue in the sky. It's so vast. What am I to do but write? On my regrets, I regress. In these checks, they reject, so I'm trounced by bounce bills and cheap sex. My defect, addiction holds no recess, no court order for deep breaths, so I live in a fiction where my diction gives me resets. May my story be a harrowed one, its hero hooked on heroin, hairline vanity and suicidal lexicon, hair trigger fractures in a class act case of martyrdom. Poem.
If John Michael has time, I would love to have the opportunity, because it's rare that we've ever done it, that we do it, John. Me
Oh, we
and
got plenty
Jackson
of
have a
time.
group piece. I would love if Jackson is down, if we should give a shot at our group piece. I don't think anyone in
Oh,
this room
yeah.
has ever heard it. I don't think anybody in
Yeah,
this room has ever
I'm down. I'm down.
heard it. I don't remember the name. From Bombs About to
Iowa.
Explode? Iowa.
Immigrants on acid.
Yeah.
It's Iowa long form, I think. 17 pages.
Yeah, is it a Google Doc? I can't find it. Is
It's
it
a Google Doc. It's a Google Doc. Yeah, let's see.
If I can't find it in 20 seconds, I guess go to the next.
Which version? We have so many versions of it.
Okay. And thank you, John Michael. Like, I think we probably read this poem, what, Jackson, twice, maybe?
Yeah, I think just twice. I'm checking if this is the full version.
Oh shit. We started this in July of last year, bro. Oh, wow.
Here, I'm gonna share. Check your email.
Okay.
And I'm sending you the long version. If it loads. There we go. Access updated.
And I definitely would love to have all you guys and gal feedback. It'd be kind of awesome.
I think you're blue, I'm green, and then black is both of us together.
All right, cool. I'm ready when you are.
All right, go for it.
One day, we'll go out and play. But until I say so, don't bother me while I'm working. I refuse to multitask.
I do it perfectly the first time. If I ever settled for less, I'd be beside myself.
But I know even a wealth of perfect can never last.
Perhaps that's why my boneless ass is always high, strung out, addicted to high-strung, hopeless romances in the form of one-night stanzas
to hold tightly every pant and barely laid moment before they slink away and go extinct, or I doff this skin and I'm off again to greet sleep's shady cousins.
Oh, last smothered flame, please know whene'er I'd say it's black and white to me, I refuse to try and see another way.
This blue and green life is too short not to record and hold tightly every black and blue second.
When we met, I was a wreck and regretful and hardly sober, but so were you.
I felt sincerely in your size the day we met, the fear of being.
And saw it clearly in your eyes the day you left, the fear of me. Does this guilt I feel make me a criminal? At least you found your true heart there somewhere in the liminal, astray as well.
Funny, I always thought they say all non-opposites repel.
But maybe in hell it's backwards. Well, at least that's my conjecture.
Hell, but not here to lecture. I just thought I'd paint a picture fuller for I wiped the slate clean. I thought I already when you came heady to me in a late night dream early the other morning.
You looked perfectly lovely, lass.
But even your perfect set and rosy glass could never last, alas. I had to admit it before I croak. You know, someone had to.
A little inside joke on a shriving stone inscribed specially for you, but I hope you're thriving out and about, and I doubt you'll ever hear it. And besides, we shouldn't talk. These tick bites whisper in my right ear.
You know it quite well. Oh, fine Bill, the longer that I stay here in the past tense, keeping you near.
The more that your presence, my dream's future eye blears.
It's a long road to a stone's throw from a sheer drop to the frontier. I don't wish you to disappear.
But I'm sick, this too, you know, my dear Godot.
God, oh no, now the ticking's ringing out clear.
I take it back. I must abort. I like it more in this sphere. I don't want to go. I'm terrified when the floor goes. It's my fear that a bomb's about to go off. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Before mistakes my tripwire faith for anything less than what would Jesus do with the what the fuck May stays fresh out of give a fucks, cheap fucks, and for fuck's sakes, how come manna tastes like Maker's Mark when my heart aches? How come Jesus Christ won't cash out my blackouts and cover all his past due rent? I unselfishly spent freeing this junkyard halo from all of his cracked dents and dirty fingerprints. My bipolar's not magnet, it's manic, and I'm attracted to damage when I'm pissed. Windpipe bomb, I am this.
One glance. It's sometimes
all it takes
to fall in love. Catch the bug and end up choked out, sputtering on a rug. Rats plays on the TV. We're not allowed to pace freely along the corridor while she's placed under in the OR.
Baby sis plays operation while his mother's sick.
Impatient. I'm impatient, gripped by the grim chance
that she may very soon pass.
Meanwhile, I can't even choose to pass down the hall to unwind with a candy bar and a can of soda. I do not miss at all those quiet summers in Minnesota spent crying at the Mayo.
I'd rather spend my funds on mustard, custard. I trifle ties on shiny trinkets and truffle custards. Let's go, Jackson.
I'm a moth drawn to luster, lustful in heat, on the hunt for purple weed, blue blood, red wine, violet rain, and pink pussy. Really anything that can shush me. Skeletons riding front seat. Fuck me. Don't push me when I'm pissy. Here again comes the ticking.
How the fuck can you not hear it?
Far too lusty, this noise, trust me. I would never wish to share it. I can barely bear to bear it. I no longer even care if a bomb's about to go off.
And I'm about to go off and get my flint on.
5, 4, 3.
I am Trinity's away.
2,
heaven 4,
1.
Way or another today, a bomb's about to go off. and I'm about to go off and get my flint on. Kid Icarus, I am with windpipe bomb. I am mooning the sun with Gucci wings on. Like fashion can keep us both up and fly. She said I do. I said I do. When in all actuality, I should have said I'll try. When we both should have said I will try. Red wire.
Green wire.
Why when I'm blue wire?
Guilt trips wires.
Together a paradise. Without you, I was die. Broken heart freely hitting.
Billy clubs.
Where I was recognized by
wire strippers.
Showering me with
CPMAZE tonight. Let us set you free.
From your lapses and judgment dances, a tip drill where none of us screwed, but nonetheless the screwed up into my memory. True story. One, life is all we get, so it ain't shit to say I wish to claim I'm one of the best to touch a pen someday and truly fucking mean it. Three, as I grip it, I feel the rush again. Mother four, give me for your sins a bad man, a virtue gaze. His pages are a murdered in. Five, impatient in its nascence.
Just imagine my amazement when Maze went up to me, said he believed earnestly, I have the thing, a chance to print in concrete more handsome than I could ever be. I owe it to him to evolve into a titan of this artistry, and I promise on the lives of those before me that to this I'll see.
The two of us, we're untouchable.
He's Prometheus, I'm Gulliver.
The bar's been raised, vaulted or fuck off and eat your Lunchable. Let's go.
Been a long road from the fat kid who sat lonesome in the lunchroom drawing comfort and jotting prose and penning poems to nod his head to.
When and how he let himself go, I'm not quite sure. First birthday, premature, 34 and 4 ounces. What in the world are the chances that he make it for a chance at preaching freely to the masses? And did I mention that he's manic? Want a taste of what it feels like? Think that you can manage? Try drowning in 2 tabs of acid.
10 shots of Jack Molasses.
6 bags of shrooms.
A Xanax.
And just let's go fucking spastic.
I take the form and stretch it till it breaks my brain's elastic. I'm not grown yet.
A sure bet every new day that passes bears upon it back new talent, the Godhead.
I just channel it and wield it to challenge candidly the status quo.
The truth is what you make it, though. Some truths are less subjective.
My West Star objective is to follow my predilection past the cusp it runneth over.
The end is nigh.
And I'd like if I'd
enjoy this moment.
Sober. So I suppose it's
time to stop the flexing. Without deflecting, I drop the ink in
the bullet where my mouth is.
Mull it over, Miko. Don't have a cow. It's gonna be fucking awesome.
Or simply fucking awful. But at this point,
I can't stop it. Even post this poem's drop. Shit.
So for now, just relish the view.
I heard
a bomb's about to go off. 5,
4,
3,
2. Poem. Epic poem, as long as it is. Epic poem.
I forgot how long it is.
I forgot it was too. I was like, how many pages have I scrolled up? I think I'm at 9. I was like, what's going on? Word. Thanks, John.
Tight as fuck.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, bomb's about to go.
Holy shit.
Too much fun.
That was good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no. I was thinking redacted, and I know Nico has never heard it, or maybe Elemental either, or John for that matter.
Oh,
Wait,
has nobody
wait,
heard
wait.
redacted
Can I
except
say
you?
something about what just happened?
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Oh shit!
All right, so and I want to tell you, um, slam is gonna cannibalize the poem. What
Yep.
you two just did is like Hamilton.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I know you're saying you're getting ready for slam, and that's cool but all, because but like you're way past that. And together, I mean, that's like Hamilton. Like that's a full feature type performance that I think people would really love to watch on stage.
Got you. Yeah. Huh. And I'll be wearing black nails, and fucking Jackson will be rocking his angel white. That'll be a crazy juxtaposition. Yeah. Word. Thank you,
Oh,
John.
yeah,
We
that
haven't read
was
that
amazing.
forever. Yeah, we haven't read that like forever. We started that in July, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Tom signature in my email. Oh shit. Word. Um, there's this guy, John. Actually, is it possible, John, to get Maddie to read that poem before whoever goes next?
Absolutely.
Okay, so John,
Absolutely. And
this
then
is
if
what we're
Really?
looking at.
Elemental has anything after that,
Yeah, let somebody
Okay.
go. I can read mine whenever.
Okay, cool. Jackson, what you don't know is that we're going to Southern Fried. Southern Fried is the biggest regional competition in North America. The team has been officially composed of myself, Elemental, Maddie, Miko, and fucking Sidekick. We're gonna cause some good ass trouble.
Somebody's gonna die.
We're about to cause some good ass trouble.
Someone's gonna die.
where's that taking place, CP?
This year's in Jackson, not Johnny Knoxville.
No.
It's in it's in
You got
Knoxville.
it.
Yes,
Knoxville.
it's in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Johnny Knoxville.
Johnny Knoxville.
When
This year's Southern Fried is
when
in
is
Johnny
it?
Knoxville.
I think it's the second week in June, like around June, what, 9th or 10th or something like that?
12 to 15.
Yeah, okay, 12 to 15. Yeah, man.
Sweet.
I'm visiting a MFA program, so I'll be in Nashville.
Oh,
And I
shit.
haven't bought my ticket yet for that.
Come
Word.
to the slam.
Chill with us.
Yes.
It's for like 4 days, bro. 4 days of competition. It's not gonna be a joke. I think we have like what 20 something teams already, 22 teams, 4 poets, 5 poets apiece, and not even the indies.
wow.
We're not even talking the indies. So we're looking at right now about 100, somewhere about 140 poets right now.
It's gonna be fucking
And
crazy.
the opening just started this month.
Yeah, it's the 11th through the 14th.
Yeah. So when I say thank you, John, like you're allowing us to actually work our shit out right now. So
Yeah,
like,
man.
Oh yeah. That's why I said that this room's open. Like I don't sleep that much, so
join the party, brother.
Yeah.
Join the party.
I didn't fall asleep till
I'm here
5 in the
for it.
morning last night. I was like, all right.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Elemental.
Elemental, you got anything for
Yeah,
us?
please. We need you.
Sure. What's good, good people?
Do every poem.
Outlaws in the building.
Do every poem except the one you're about to do. I don't know the one you're about to do, but I don't like it. So choose another poem.
He said choose another poem. Yo, this has really been an experience, man. I appreciate you, John, for letting us kind of stretch out, man, and do what we do, because we don't always get a chance to really rock like this, especially being all in the same space. So I appreciate that, man.
Absolutely. That's what this is all about.
For sure. Jackson, you're monstrous, man. Congrats on your sobriety, man. Keep that shit cooking. What I was thinking, John, when you were talking about, how you used to move the weight, I was thinking of the Kendrick line, right? Cocaine quarter piece, got war and peace inside my DNA, right? It's just that way. I keep telling my people I need to stop with my intoxicants. They be calling me, man. I don't sleep either. My new poem that I'm working on was started at about 2:00 this morning, so I'm working on it. But I got to give you this piece, man, that I'm working on, trying to finalize. The team knows it. a little bit. This is Magnetic East, aka my prayer mat. Whew. When good night, sweetheart, turns deadly dawn, hang its brimstone on this train wreck of a smile I forgot had monsters parked in the penthouse as shadows and 3 a.m. toast to my insanity, I find myself praying. As if prayers could fill harmonic Dante's inferno of heartbeats from gagging on sometimes. I can't remember my own rhythm, call it death dealing, a martyr's last breath that learned to remain vibrant, violence, Heimlich to hemlocks, crucified on woulda, shoulda, coulda been a bloodbath. My prayer mat. From humblest beginnings on looms of miscreants in mourning has heard more horror stories than first-class passengers on nightmare red-eye flights on Hell's Holiday Platinum Airlines, where bodies buried in wicked wishes under waist-deep waters of Our Fathers and Hail Marys keep calling on heaven's hotline for healing hostages in hostile environments called home, answered by, "We're sorry. The number you've reached doesn't accept petty prayers. It's been disconnected. Discontinued. Dismantled by demons that fancy themselves deacon of damnation. Purgatory is the department you seek. Please hang up and inshallah, alhamdulillah, yourself into alignment." My prayer mats? Part caregiver, part grave digger, tombstone boulders into tears these eyes never cried, baptized ground as holy, crash land as noble phantasm in a town called Charlatans, selling Jesus's home number for the low price of tithes when the tithes low, as if it wasn't listed in Hades' Handbook for Heroes, chapter 13, verse 10. Men use religion like banking, praise money in all its denominations, selling bundles of versions wrapped in piety, spawned and psalmed in vicious forms that give Malboja a hard-on. Make him come from heathens, speaking tongues becomes the hum of devil's concubines, I wonder. If God spends his weekends listening to hilarious voicemails on repeat in hopes to maintain his sanity, as if straitjackets couldn't be tailor-made for a God's final resting place. Part prophecy, properly, part gorilla, all silverback, fuse me into glue to my prayer mat with a pattern of such savage seems it call of the wild. Every creature that loves a blood moon made 'em howl holy hallelujahs in hell's home language. Call 'em doom crooners. Sitting next to goblins, sacrificing humanity's sympathy to Frankenstein, their brutality with lipstick on scalpels, call it surgery, purging, birthing anarchists a dime a dozen in alchemy-coded cookbooks transmuted into my prayer mat. Got ancestors woven in each stitch of design, divine providence become reinforcements to a soldier always at war with greedy streets. Hungry, drooling, starving, part homunculus, snorting asphalt with a gutter's bottom bitch and devil's rejects, call it high life. Cut with a blast of wrath and a splash of envy, leave us branded beast at every feast when deep in covers, codename Hohenheim, maybe Heisenberg, COINTELPRO, spared no expense on a heretic's generational hatred, call Operation Eradication. So my prayer mat becomes matrix, deconstructing taboos of life's ignorance become ingredients, mixed with prayers can halo a penance of your superstition into science, merged with sincerity can manifest as truth.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. That was tight.
How did that feel?
Yeah.
Like I needed an extra lung. Like I need an iron lung. Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. It's getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah.
You hit the prayer mat part. You hit it. Every time you said it, it built. It got bigger.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
You
was in
that
it.
at Southern Fried?
Yeah, you doing that Southern Fried.
Fuck yeah. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah. Appreciate y'all. Shit. Whew. My lungs needed that. For real, my lungs needed that, man. For real. Come on,
Well,
Maddie.
if you were standing up, it'd be a little different.
Very true. Very true.
So
Very
my question
true.
is, what are the gestures that you're thinking about? Because we were talking about slam earlier, so that's incorporating the whole body. So what's some of the gestures or things you're gonna do with your body to enhance the poem?
I haven't incorporated the gestures yet because I'm still trying to finalize how it goes and how it flows. Right?
Can I offer something for the like a constructive?
Sure.
It was like not until halfway through that I knew what the poem was about. If you could add an okay dummy line earlier on for the dummies like me in the audience, I think that would help like understand what thread I'm following.
Okay. For sure. Can't hear you, Miko.
Miko, talk to me.
How does the poem start? The first line? And Maddie, where do you think the dummy line should go?
First line,
can you do
when
that?
good
Can you
night,
do like the
sweetheart
first?
turns deadly dawn.
Well, top speed. Yeah, top speed, first part.
When good night, sweetheart turns deadly dawn, hang its brimstone on a train wreck of a smile I forgot had monsters parked in the penthouse as shadows, and 3 a.m. toast to my insanity, I find myself praying. As if prayers.
I think maybe if you just give a pause at praying, and then like if you want to like just give a pause at prayer and like maybe add a single word just so like what's the line you have that you keep repeating, like you hit the mat or something?
My prayer mat.
My prayer, like if you could introduce the mat earlier so that we know you're talking about Islam, like that would be sick. Cause
Okay.
like everybody has a different version of prayer, but like it stays a heavy theme of like I don't know. I like that you say praying and then you like pause. Cause it's such a loaded first sentence. It's like 5 metaphors in one sentence that if you like give a pause at praying, then we're like, oh, okay, now I caught up. Cause that is a lot to track, like the first sentence. And I don't want you to change it, but like pause, praying.
Got you.
I think the pause works. I think it's just about standing up and enunciating, honestly. Like, no, this poem, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you're sitting down and you're kind of doing it, and it's still like at a like high volume, but standing up, I think you'd be able to get to all the enunciation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But now, man, we need this poem.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I love it.
I think, and I'm trying to fucking get my video to go back to video settings. All right, so I think this would be a good connection. Background. Trying to cut my shit off. Background apps.
Elemental, am I assuming that it's Islam and I'm assuming like an asshole, or is that actually?
No. First of all, you're not an asshole. I'm not a religious person.
Right.
So I'm very spiritually tied to Islam. You know what I mean?
All right.
So I pray in those practices.
Perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
That tracks.
Okay, Elemental, give me the, before you take that pause that we were just talking about, double back like up about 6 lines of verse. The way you write, I know the way you line break now. Go back up about 6 lines and then do it all over again.
That would be the beginning.
All right, cool. That's it.
When good night, sweetheart turns deadly dawn, hang its brimstone on this train wreck of a smile I forgot had monsters parked in the penthouse as shadows, and 3 a.m. toast to my insanity, I find myself praying.
At the 3 a.m. toast to my sanity, I find myself praying. And you take that pause, right? I find myself praying. And do a foot movement. Like you're knocking dirt off the ground, but we don't know yet. Like you're kicking dust or dirt off the ground. So that way when you come back to prayer mat, do that same thing again. So they'll understand it's a connection to the mat that's on the ground. You're trying to clean that shit off. And every time you mention prayer mat, like do something or like bring attention to the floor, as if find a way to make the floor look like a prayer mat. Whether that's kicking dust off of it or I don't know. Like I think a hand movement or a body movement along with what Maddie's saying will like solidify that in the audience's brain or
Yeah.
reader's brain. So when you bring it back, it comes back and like reinforces the heart of the piece.
It frames it. It frames what you're talking about.
Yeah. Can I recommend one thing? Can I just try one thing? Can I just try one thing and you can say fuck that?
Sure, please.
Can you drop that first stanza in the chat for a second?
Sure.
Let
Okay.
me get my background.
I hear what you're saying though, right? At what you're saying, Maze, because I could easily try to smooth it out and actually do the physical movement as me laying down my prayer mat.
Something, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or the hand movement
like
like
you're saying, though, move the dust, and kind of like what you were saying about once before Gladiator, right? Where you're digging the dirt out, you know what I'm saying? And then actually, laying out my prayer mat. There's a whole, you know what I mean?
Process,
But I
yeah.
dig that as you can, a physical movement of me representing my prayer mat.
Yeah, give me something to let me know you're just not giving me lip service. You know what I'm saying? Give me something to make me know that you're not giving me lip service. So
Okay, I have an idea. It's not this. Like, this isn't the answer, but like, I want to like try. If you were to say, when goodnight, sweetheart, turns deadly dawn, I find myself praying. Hangs its brimstone on this train wreck of a smile, I find myself praying. I forget I had monsters parked in the penthouse. I find myself praying as shadows and 3 a.m. toast to my sanity. I find myself praying. And then you like run it. Like, I don't know if that works or anything, but like it's immediately like a hook versus like that super dense intro. And if I'm being an asshole, tell me.
Well,
like, I don't know if there's assholes and teammates.
oh, there is. You
right?
look that way or that way, wherever Miko is.
I appreciate that.
I see you. Maybe he's not.
For real.
But
No, that
fair.
makes a lot of sense.
Open communication. Yeah, because we make the poem better. Keep going.
No, that's work because it's reinforcing the prayer, right? It's reinforcing the importance of the prayer. And at every section or every turn, I'm praying.
Yeah, and people fuck with the rhythm like too.
Okay.
To fit your rhythm or whatever. But I think that's dope.
No, I like
or
that.
you could
I
even
like
like say, I find myself, and then like cut yourself off and say the next time, I find myself, and then like at the end say, I find myself praying.
I hear you, Maddie.
Yeah.
That's
or neck gesture. Perfect. Yeah. For any one of us spitting a poem, whether it's Jackson or Jeremiah, like we can have these moments in our poems where we just do something as simple as a crack a neck. Like not
like a tick, like I find myself, like, and you could sweep your foot. I find myself, like.
Sidekick kills at it.
Fucking Matrix glitch. Yeah, fucking
something
right.
like that.
Yeah,
I like the foot sweep. I like the foot sweep and like looking at the ground. And then even if at some point you want to expand the poem to actually praying on the ground, I mean, just leave it open to all interpretations of this poem.
We had a poem that helped win us.
I remember I was there.
That helped win us Southern Fried. Like I said, I won Southern Fried 3 times, right? So we went against our own badass team and we beat them. Like it was bouts against our own city and we killed them. Well, it was a fight, but we had a group piece, and our group piece discussed religion. So it was like, how can I break it? Okay, so it kind of looked like, all right, it looked like this. So it's 5 of us on stage, right? One person is doing this, praying. The other one is holding hands out like that, with the hands open, like that, praying. One person's on their knees, praying like this. And we have 5 different people praying in different religious tones. And we're doing this poem about religion. It was crazy.
That's
it was
awesome.
crazy.
Love it.
So,
Because when you think about religion, at least, and tell me if I'm wrong, guys. When I think about religion, one of the first things I think about is ritual. Like the ritual of church, the things that you have to do, like the process of it all. So like what happens in that ritual? Is there someone holding your prayer mat and before you roll it out, you flick the dust off of it? If that's true, add that as a hand movement. Do you knock the dust off with your feet? You know what I'm saying? Add that as a movement. And if you do what Maddie says in the beginning and set them up with a good night, sweetheart, turns deadly dawn. I find myself praying, hung his brimstone to the train, wreck smile, praying, like all of that, and do those movements and those 4 or 5 times. When you don't have to do it a lot any other time you say it, but do that shit again at the ending.
Gotcha.
And make it circular. Like, oh shit.
Feel you. Bring it back. Gotcha.
I think it'd be something visually that's dope to see. I don't know. Like,
it's going up. Home's going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but also because like you're gonna be doing this in Knoxville, Tennessee. Okay. You're gonna be doing this vaguely referenced Islamic poem in Knoxville, Tennessee. So you're gonna have to give it the whole Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Like they came for a show, bro. Like if you're gonna do this, yeah. Because I remember watching that poem, and I thought, wow, we can never beat them, can we? So we'll trap them.
So let's kill them.
We'll trap them. We'll move. We'll invade. Oh yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Cool, y'all. Hey, that type of workshopping is what's gonna take that poem to the next level. So I appreciate that. Truly.
It's a great poem.
Yeah, it is. It reminds me of like when Jackson, so when John Michael was reading, I felt like I was drinking whiskey out of a fucking moonshine jar with a fucking handle on it, right? As John Michael was reading, in Kentucky, and I'm feeling like we're sitting on the porch or some shit, or like in a trailer fucking park or something, and there's a fucking inflatable pool that's been sitting in the front yard like all year round type shit. But me and John Michael are sitting there just drinking out of this moonshine jar. And what he's telling me, he's giving me knowledge, and that's the poem he's reading. Like that's what I feel like, you know? So like when Jackson does his, like I would love to see Jackson start turning left and right. Show those dichotomies of you like battling within yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like you're talking back and forth between yourself. Like just to show that these emotions are coming. I mean, shout outs to the bipolar, but it's coming in all of these different forms. You know what I'm saying? So to justify that with every time this voice is saying that, just look and keep talking like you're pointing at somebody. I didn't know how powerful that was until my boy Mania brought up something I did like fucking in 2002 one time only. And I'm in the venue back when people were smoking, and I'm fresh out the Marine Corps. So I got my hat on and a whole nine and my coat on, and I'm smoking and I'm spitting this poem freestyle. And I'm talking to my dead homeboy, right? And a dead Marine. And I'm like, here, hit this. And then I dropped a cigarette. It was like, oh shit, this guy's not here. Like just something I did off the cuff, not thinking about it. And he's like, dude, I'll never forget that shit. So like putting something in there where like, almost like you're looking as if you're talking to your own self and your conscious, you know, some hand gestures like I'm trying to tell you something, like your body movements and whatever you do is going to be dope. Because you lean in, I guess what I'm saying, 5 seconds. When you spit, you stare straight into the fucking camera. And that's what you're going to have to do in a brick and mortar venue. Don't spit over the crowd. Don't find a spot on the wall and just stare at it. That's freshman. That's sophomore shit. Like we're talking grad school right now. Like look at every single person. Like all you need to do is touch one. Like fuck a score, fuck all that shit, fuck who's the hottest poet in the room. All you need to know is your story cost you a lot of shit. John Michael's story cost him a lot of shit to get that coin. You know what I'm saying? So I need you to talk to me. Don't talk at me. Talk to me. Talk. You know what I'm saying? Don't talk at me. Talk to me. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. I know Maddie wants to say.
Can I say one thing to Jackson? Man, how you rhyme cuticle? You found a couple different ways to rhyme cuticle that was fucking. I was like, wow. I was like, oh, I'm gonna take that. But I will say this as a caveat to what May said. Make sure the poem travels. Make sure we're painting the words and the emotions that they say. Because, like, if it's happy, it's happy. Even if you're sad, you know what I'm saying? And then making sure you vary your voice a little bit to capture those punch ins. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because the writing is, I mean, come on, man. It's layered perfectly, but then it's also, you don't know where it's going. I mean, I can't predict the rhyme. I just follow the story. So.
Word is. Oh man, this is awesome. We're talking, yeah, and it's being recorded. We're talking poetic theory right now.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Word.
That's what these things are all about, man. If we can't help each other, then what's the point? I mean, we're all
Yeah.
one.
Whoever's
We're all
viewing
one.
this is what we do 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning when there is no Zoom room. We do this all the fucking time. So, hello, virtual world. How are you doing?
All right, so they find this recording 5,000 years from now.
Right.
Whatever species, whatever. Yeah. That's what's up.
If it's okay with John Michael, I would love the room to hear probably one of my favorite pieces from Maddie. And it's called Redacted.
Absolutely.
All right.
Like I said, this room is open as late as we want to go. Like,
Right.
I am gold. And I've got another piece I wanted to, when you guys were chatting, I've got a piece that I wrote right after I got clean. Like I was probably a week clean and really going through the detox and fighting myself in my head, kind of, and it's split into two different personalities talking to each other. I've never edited it and I really want to, but I'd like to get you guys' feedback on that, but I definitely want to hear Maddie first.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Jackson, you should ask Maddie what our team name is. Ooh.
Don't ask me. I'm not gonna tell you.
What's the team name?
Outlaws, baby.
Outlaws.
Yeah. It makes sense.
It does.
You gotta edit this piece for Slam. Let's go, Maddie. The team needs this piece. We need this piece.
I got the clock on.
No, it's not. It's not down to 3 at all. This is something we're putting in the running, but it is not 3 minutes, and it needs edits.
Gotcha. So I got the clock on.
Fine. Okay.
Go for it.
Remember your superpower.
Yeah.
I'm locked in. I can fill in the blank with any name. A shiny new way to pen the word violence. Pablo, Gabe, the guy on the plane pinning me between the window seat and his chivalry, and my father and Chris, and then the pit in my stomach, and then redacted. The boy's name is redacted. The man in the alley, anonymous shadow figure, no discernible features as I clumsy walk, high-heeled drunk to my Uber, my elbow a knife, an uppercut to his neck before he runs off redacted, uncharged. I have fought off so many of my killers, and yet I am not a war hero. I am not in witness protection. I do not get to be redacted from this crime scene, and I've sat in too many interrogation rooms to not know where this is going. You wanted it, right? You like it, rough, binders full of one-night stands, spit, choke, slap, punch, tied up slut. Feels like they want me dead instead, but first, skip back. The boy flips the page back to my first chapter, the deposition of events leading up to a crime. Pretend I ever learned how to hold a boundary in the first place, dig a trench and then live in the filth without the enemy line advancing into my hero. Pretend I ever had a clean border for the wound, a healthy distance, a clean shot at what a good man looks like. Pretend a dog learns to avoid the beating if she tucks her tail hard enough, and then call it mercy. Call it by a name. Redacted from the record. Sorry, scratch that. Call it a master. I mean mercy. I mean boil the frog, blow the whistle, hang the witch, wicked bitch. The day we met, I laughed so hard, my side split open and my concealed carry slid out from my waistline and I caught it. My pinky swear this is not my version of foreplay. I am scared and smiling. The boy says, tell me something honest. Nobody is watching. So I break the fourth wall with a bottle, thinking we've made a deal. I messy dry heave up my grief in the driver's seat and fill the car with a year's worth of weeping. We nearly drown in my salt water. He cleans the snot on my face with his sleeve. He coaxes the trust out till my snarl turns salivate. And this is how you get a feral thing to come clean. Eat from your hand. Patience. Pavlovian training. I am a woman living in the body of a child with no absolutes. No lines drawn in the sand, no start or end, just a blur of yes, or sure, or fine, or convince me, or why not, or why put up a fight anymore? I'm a prisoner of this body where the backbone branded kick me.
because of my father. He lives at 35 Linden Avenue, redacted, redacted, redacted. He has been accused of redacted by redacted, and more than one of his pets. There are dogs buried in the yard in shallow graves. I am 6 years old when he tries bloodletting me for the first time. Practice killing, earn your coffin, human sacrifice. I prayed the crooked system would escalate me to a guilty plea if it got me out of his house. So now the boy hushes me one too many times, and I write his name 1,000 in the death note, trying to get him redacted from the rest of my story, or his. The next one traps me in his car, his mouth, his hand, and I Google how to create a DIY circle of protection on a budget, comma salt, comma bloodletting. I am willing to sacrifice my skin to lose his scent. I move away from the city, but I can't afford to change my name legally and keep my health insurance, so I choose the latter to protect me, and then the hospital cannot hide me from redacted. All of the blank spaces will burn in my hell with or without a name or face or discernible features. And maybe this is how we teach women to stay for the kickback. Just write about it. Take the brunt of the baseball bat, join the support group, hide the grimace in a smile, and ration gunpowder, smuggle it in the cradle of our cheeks till we get home, to spit it onto the cash in the closet, save it for the fight. Gaunt, hollow point women fill in the blank, but you cannot empty out the girl from the gun, and imagine yourself safe from revenge. The chamber always loaded. I have been both the game and the unlucky winner skull in every Russian roulette since pre-K picture day. I want you to know what it's like to be passed around, passed out, and still called a tease, told you're making a scene while you scrub your blood from the bathroom tiles. I know all of your names. I know all of your names, redacted, 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 redacted. I am proof enough. When I come undone, busted up, battery, acid, inevitably crazy from all this gunpowder I've stockpiled up in my breath. I hope you're nearby. I hope you find my body. I hope we meet this time on my terms, close enough to catch the shrapnel with your teeth so I can show you what you've been calling mercy, so I can show you what I've stuffed into this chamber that you emptied out and filled with all these blanks. Poem.
That shit's so insane, Maddie. Like, I just shake my head sometimes. Like, fuck. Like, shit. Redacted, redacted, redacted. Like, yeah, John. I know me and John were both like, oh shit. Like,
4 minutes.
I mean, I felt every
40
syllable of that.
We can shave a minute.
I can save it, yeah.
It's beautiful. Like, it's the hard soft and then the refrain and whatnot. But then also, I hate cannibalizing something like that for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, what would you put in? Like, what would you lose? Like, that's an abortion in the 8th month.
I mean, we just chopped down a 6-minute poem yesterday. I mean, to 3:12.
Listen, I've cut.
I mean, if you're cool with it, I'm just saying.
I mean, it's just more off of something better, is all I'm saying. It can be cut. It's worth a shot if you like it.
No. If you do that poem, we win.
Yeah. That poem is like, it's so unique. It's unique as fuck. Like, who tells a story like that? It's so unique. It can go anywhere and it stands out.
Maddie, you remind me of a poet from Atlanta I got a chance to be on Slam Team with. Her name was Shannon Lee.
Oh, shit.
And she was brave and just lyrically sound and then very in your face. And so in that it was like 2006 National Poetry Slam, she's the only woman in the Indie Slam going up against like Alvin Lau and everybody else. She came in second, but like
hell yeah.
When I hear you, I hear Shannon Lee, man. And it's she has a poem called Obatala.
Okay.
Google her, look it up. It's but like that's
we'll do.
Thank you.
What's up with that poem you want us to look at, John?
All right, let me pull this up. It's kind of all over the place, but it's just raw and I like it for that.
Yeah.
Redacted.
This one's called Sincerely Yours. I've given so much of myself away, anything and everything, not asking for one thing to this day, just that you say, hey, And remember, I'm always here when you need an ear, a heart that's sincere. You know, I've given up selling dope, got myself clean, decided to deal hope. Wait, where'd you go? Did you disappear? Did I do something? Or is it just my fear? For fear rings throughout the night. The past foretells doubt. Crossroads, the line that shadows tout. Delivery of pain and damn it, can you just concentrate? Let it resonate. For one moment, just get your thoughts straight. Just come on back to where it all started. Before or after the brokenhearted? There you go again. Can we just let go? Take things slow. Whatever's meant for me, and it's meant time will be. Did you forget about the mind games? The feelings they played? Not to mention any names. Did you forget all you did? Not one word they hid. The others, they talk shit just hoping you throw a fit. No, dude, no. I didn't forget. I forgave for my own soul to save. What's in the past can stay. Just let go, man. It's a brand new day. In the darkness, we hold tight to never lose sight. For damage you caused me, I will see and feel always. Man, whatever, man. You're like an ice luge, pouring your cold fear down my throat. You're nothing but a fucking scapegoat. All your misery and self-doubt, just let me be me. I want to walk about. Dude, set me free. For freedom of self can never be man enough. Enough. How about to be free, to finally see, not with the eyes, but deep inside, past the scars, the prisons and bars. For forgiveness of others and self erases any self-doubt. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute. What's up?
Am I frozen? Oh no, I just wanted to know. Yeah, okay. John, you're froze, bro. Miko, stop. No, I thought you were trying to play froze. I thought you were just trying to play froze.
Hey man, I'm new. Y'all told me to show up.
Damn, John, I want to hear the rest of that. He was beast thinking that piece too. Damn it.
Yeah. It's just like that southern, like it's authentic, man. It's authentic. So I believe it, you know. Especially with the whole getting clean and whatnot. Yeah. It's real.
I got something I need clocked.
Heard it.
Okay, let me pull it. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep putting pressure on Jackson. Like, rock the fuck out for that MFA. And if you have days to waste, bro, we got space for you to crash.
Yo, come to the barn.
Come to the barn.
Come to the barn.
Come
No,
to the barn.
it's a lovely barn. Trust me.
So yeah. And Meek, we've hustled so much, like it ain't shit to like they're gonna let us into every one of our venues, whether we have a poet pass or not.
You were supposed to tell them that, Maze.
So they're gonna let us in the venue whether we have it or
surprise.
not. We just need your support. How about that? We just do that. Yay. All right, here we go. Redacted.
Oh,
Redacted.
wait, Maze, is this for Southern Fried?
I think I want to put it on deck. Like,
Yeah.
I'm putting 6 poems in my pocket. For sure, poems in my pocket.
All right.
Just to have variety.
All right. So is this 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5, 6?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I haven't figured it out yet.
Clock.
Okay. By the way, I lost another fucking poet yesterday.
Baby.
Yeah.
It's fucking rough. I don't know what the hell is happening right now.
Yeah. Too many poets are biting the dust. And it's fucking
People
with
who
my
are
longevity.
like Like, yeah, I don't know, man. We need to write a poem for that.
Yeah, real talk.
Because there's gonna
Real-
be a bunch of like folks at Southern Pride who have been doing this for a minute, just like Concrete Generation,
Yeah.
CG. And I feel like there's a lot of folks who are like lost person after person after person of like beacons. Like Jeff Taylor and Raul were like beacons. Like they were the mentors. So we could do a poem for that.
Word. Yeah, that sounds good.
Spit your poem.
Yeah.
Love you.
All right. Tell me when you got the clock going. Start the clock and then give me the signal that 5 seconds has passed, just so I have a buffer.
Got you.
It's called rule skating, but yeah.
Go.
Rule skating, a dedication to all starfish writers. My dearest starfish reader, my figurative language has been flexing on the future as if there's a chance that the history books might forget me. Diction drenched with dope fiend crackhead junkie sweat with MacBook blood, I've been using Jesus's palm nails as digital quill feathers, often offering asphalt arrogant dope boy banter for jailhouse halo hallelujahs, as if asked to be a kilo of uncut karma, cocaine karma, slung my speech patterns across writer's blocks with no fear of red ink policing up and down my page, left my never play it safe anti-ego imagery piss testing my wild west rules of engagement, left my half-hearted bounty hunters after my humility heartbroken, left similes suing me for saint selling out a list of listen Lord, I'm not at a loss of goddamn words, rule learning the criticisms of literary theory, left my English professors loving your boy, rule breaking, riot gear, trench coat, workaholic, street grinding rhetoric, left the thugs loving me for fucking life, rule skating around with my brass knuckle, let's start a dragon fire faith, let the future loving the fight in me. I found skeletons in my closet, giving me standing ovations for how my spine stands up without a hanger. I found that out of angels alcoholic withdrawal symptoms, Jesus turned water into wine. I found that yearly Valentine's Day cards to Mary Magdalene granted my gifts with the love of Jesus, addicted to conversing with Marilyn Monroe over mixed drinks about how beautiful her overdose was. My Molotov cocktail catharsis stays joyriding around my halo with whiskey. Just wish me well breath. Adam's apple armed with the Armageddon guard. Gas up my gifts so I can drive anything fucking home, baby. When the lips of an I'm longing for you, Lord, finds me leveraging Lucifer's hellfire from my fucking tongue, I find my sometimes, somehow, sin some way, signing themselves up on an open mic in purgatory. Diction, loving the no language restrictions like fuck yeah, fuck you, fuck holding back maze. I find breaking the curfew of cursing at the right time is as important as pumping the brakes on iambic. Swinging wild and wide with my rhetoric, I'm the reason why the devil doesn't have wisdom teeth. Clutching stanzas as if they were shotguns. I stay ready to shoot down any fear giving me dirty looks. I swear, y'all. I swear to John, to Maddie, to Stefan, to Jackson, to Elemental. I will burn a metaphor down to the ground before I let shallow waters run deep with lukewarm language. I swear the whole world's a stage where actors can't remember their fucking lines. I swear love's love language is something I can stomach the lessons for, scaring the bejesus right out of me. My English professor started confessing that my poems were as strong as the ones on our syllabus. So I started track and fielding feelings just to prove me go. I'm Kurt Cobain and Sylvia Plath's love child, scaring the devil right up out of me. Denver University's law department studied my syllabic in order to make cross-examination stronger. Knowing graduate students would have to write essays covering your feature will ever so humble you. It will ever so humble you. I'm thinking 345 maybe.
All right, let's see.
All right, let's see.
446.
Okay, I was a minute
Oh
off.
boy.
What's being a minute off ain't about shit. Being a minute off ain't about shit. Yeah.
But, all right, so here's the thing, man. I feel trapped by slam sometimes.
Why?
Well, it's only 3 minutes. Maybe the story is longer than that, and I know what it takes to break it down in 3 minutes. And I know you guys are at the caliber where you can do both, but like that's a fucking dope poem. It makes me think that we should put together some sort of 45-minute thing. You know what I mean?
Like a core poem play, kind of sort of like a
no, like y'all did.
Oh, okay. Like me and that
Miles and Coltrane.
Oh, Miles and Coltrane. Yeah.
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 Like Rent, like Hamilton, like
Yeah.
something like that.
Dude,
And
all of
tell
my
that story.
favorite poems of my own are like 15 minutes long.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I would
like,
love,
do you take
I would
do you take
love
a
to
drink
read you
at some
like,
point during
like
that?
one of my longer ones. What'd you say?
Man, wait, man. Do you take a drink at some point during the phone? Like that 15 minutes?
No. No.
Cool.
I'm running off fumes.
Yeah, but I think that's where slam falls short. So when we do this, like participate in everything, but like after this, like these are compelling stories.
I said that in text. Like this doesn't have to stop at 75. Yeah.
Compelling stories, and then I'm gonna produce and whatnot. But like, hardcore. The redacted poem, Maddie.
I'm telling you, redacted.
You're not ready. What's gonna happen if you do that?
Wait, what'd you say?
They're gonna follow you to your car.
Hey, can whenever it's my turn, can I spit a longer one? Just for fun. Because I'm tired of trying to find slam stuff and I just want to read something fucking filthy.
Yeah. I watched you do your hair twice, by the way.
I gotta do something. I gotta do something with my hands.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I get it.
I have too much like dopamine. I like need to do something.
I suffer from the same thing. I move too much, and I can do a backflip. CP Maze. All right, so Maddie, one time, me and CP Maze, we drove from from Little Rock to Florida.
Okay.
And then we hooked up with Cuban, and there was a moped, and we was gonna try and ride it. Sorry.
It seemed good at the time. Seemed like a good idea at the time.
It was. All right.
Elemental, what else you got on deck?
Mm-hmm.
I can do the piece that I was thinking again, the one I did last night. The Bang Bang piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
Simply because I've added a couple things to it. You mentioned movements, and I was messing with it earlier, trying to get the movements a little bit more infused in it. So I will stand up for this one.
Oh, let's go get it. No, wow.
This one. Forgive me because I've added a couple things, and so might be off a little bit.
No, this is safe space. Safe space. Come on.
Bang, bang, they shot you down. Bang, bang, that awful sound. When Gray matter mattered less than can of Crisco, cooking crooked schemes made dream makers infamous with a bullet plus a bullet spit from twisted tungsten tongue lashing leviathans with hell for brains serving sulfur stuffed shotgun serenades, the silent sonic boom and lungs that coalesce the people into belligerents, because they said there will be no black messiah. Bang bang came cries from front row massacre of Muhammad's master minister, Mr. Mayhem. Get your hand on my pocket, motherfucker. Part messenger, all magnet of millions made moments monumental, making super soldiers of superfruit harvested from poplar trees, resting on restless spirits, relishing in raucous excuses to call devils devils and devilish vernacular. Some call blasphemy. He called gospel by way of his daddy, by way of Garvey. They called rabble rousing. Tying in lies, lying and lied that lie in straight lines behind mandated sanctions to placate philanthropists who used to play bang bang. Marksmen and stark sheets who creep under safety of same darkness they despise. Flying at Oswald angles of magic sorcery, using timelines and tie binds into knots not meant for black men, tangled in bloody spangled banner, waving glorious old glory and glorified gory stories of America's most wanted. Cucamonga cracker killers. Fugitive slave actors and scenes behind Mumia-style dreams that maximum security truth into conspiracy. Bang, bang. Choo-choo train, chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Lorraine Motel and country music, country twang, white slang for what the darker half gets a day pass for trespassing on good Christian land with change in hand that counts like skin. These damn black heathens don't deserve shit. 10 of operating just outside of right-wing hierarchy, navigating tragedies through green book lookouts for folks in Killer Clan country where they Earl Ray sunrise into shots of good morning with a splash of gunpowder and cowardly casing of what they consider patriotism. That awful sounds a lot like 21 gun salute ring of new colorblind Jim Crow plantation christening. Bang, bang, gang, gang, made godfathers of good fellas with greedy gangster gullets, guaranteed gargantuan gambits of gentrification from greatest generation general or grand imperial drug dealer, death dealer that starts every negotiation with bang, bang, so Django, let that thing go. They wrangle, Mossberg pump action, Winchester M16 from revolver, spin the barrel, click and lesson. Weapons, lessons that ring out riot sparkles with savage arms. Hear the desert eagle screaming on dusty streets, high as noon, snorting powder from Remington barrels using firing pins describe their Beretta-based narrative. Bang, bang, their hating shot you down. Gunsmoke that reeks of the American dream.
Bang, bang.
10. That's a 10.
And
I think you should go ahead, Mace.
No. Go ahead. By all means.
I think you should sing the whole verse.
Yeah.
When I was 5 and you were 6, we rode on horses made of sticks. Yours was black and mine was white.
Yeah.
We always joked how you won the fight. Bang, bang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, if you need somebody else on the stage, I can sing with you if you want.
I love my team.
And I was thinking about fusing our bang bang pieces too once you were done with yours.
For
to
sure.
see if we, like Maddie's saying, having two more voices to sing it.
Yeah.
I think it would make it pop.
I can sing in the background and not say shit else. Just when you say
Oh
bang
no!
bang.
What the fuck?
That
what
might
the
be
fuck would I
a
look like?
violation. Might be a
having
violation.
on the stage?
That's a
Like hell no!
it'll
You're
be a
gonna be on the
violation.
stage. You're gonna rip some shit.
It'll be a violation against the slam rules. Like the
All
slam
right,
rules.
so
Yeah.
she would have
I know what
to.
you mean. Okay.
She would have to have some of his lines, or be a 3-person. So someone would have to have some of his lines, and someone could do bang bang.
It's elemental.
Yeah, but that I don't know. We can fit this shit in. Surely we can figure this out. Because
I love that one.
Oh, what if they were off stage?
The singers?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So what if Maddie was off stage?
Gotcha.
Bang bang.
Can Maddie project that? We have to be in a small venue to pull that off.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
you could do that
also,
at like Rookie Slam or like at a more, I don't know.
no, I'm thinking this for like the comp.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
Yeah, but if she was out, I think the rule is no more than 30 seconds of singing. So I don't think Bang Bang fucks it up.
Okay.
Word.
Yeah, that'd be fly. That's fly. I saw
That's
it.
good to know. On
Yeah.
the 30 seconds. Also, the singing the whole lyric. You know
When
what I'm
I
saying?
was five and
Instead of just the pieces, like keeping the pieces, but that in the beginning, it
yeah,
just really, really fucking sets that tone for sure.
yeah, everybody's gonna stop. And then yeah, that's it. That's it.
Like that, I don't sing the whole song in mine, but the how Miko and I were singing the parts, I duplicate that the phonetics in my poem. Like so, he was blonde, he was white. Like I'll spit words at that same highs and lows, so I can keep the rhythm of the song somewhere hidden in the poem as a mind fuck.
Sure.
But yeah, you can beast it out. Beast it out. If you want to try to merge, we can merge. I mean,
Also, not for nothing, Elemental. If you're on the front and Maze and Maddie are on the side, that's gonna be that's formidable. Like you doing the highs and lows, like you said, and you coming in and like y'all find a place y'all come together. That's like how.
Yeah, that was fun.
I mean, that's just a simple a revision, right? That means that we just need to write into another type of bang bang piece. It doesn't have to be all mine because I would love for Maddie's voice to sing in it. I would love for Maze to make sure he gets his a bang bang off too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have a question. So I don't know how the slam rules go, but I have a poem about a shooting, and it could go. I don't know how the slam goes, but like if one poem could go to another, it could go to another. I have a poem that I took to like a Buddy Wakefield writing workshop, so it's been like worked pretty deep, and like I think it's presentable as as it is, but and I don't think I have the words bang bang in the poem, but it's like entirely about a shooting.
Okay, so you want to like merge them?
I'm just curious if it would work, and but it's a completely different thing, but it actually isn't because so the poem is about when I was a little kid. My dad is hella fucking racist, and y'all know I don't like him, so it's fine. But like, not a single poem it paints him in a good light. He's a piece of shit. Our house got broken into when I was a little kid, and I was like 5, and that was like the first time that I dissociated, and that poem is about basically like when my personality split into 2 pieces, and I mention a lot about his like racism and like how it motivated him basically like just wanting to kill somebody, and I know that Bang Bang has racial, like, I don't know what the name of your poem, but I know that like there is a crossover of themes, but I don't know how to gracefully navigate it.
And that's Nancy Sinatra who sings that song.
Right.
Can I just run mine so y'all can hear it before we switch off?
Yeah. We have another one.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Okay. And then I guess Jackson or whatever.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out how we could fuse. Okay, just brainstorm as I spit this. Taking Back the Dark, inspired by Nancy Sinatra. P.S. If we do the poem together, or we never do the poem together at all, and you run this as an individual poem, you just add to your list of poems you have. I think you should start off saying whatever the name of the poem is, and say inspired by Nancy Sinatra. Give them the opportunity to appreciate what you're really about to do. Up front. So yeah, Taking Back the Dark, inspired by Nancy Sinatra. When they come for you, and they will come for you, kill them dead and let their last testaments and wills come for you so they can watch what your will can do. Bang, bang. There's hot lead, liquor, and a little bit of Lucifer left over in my liver. You can't cold cock a cold clock in boxer briefs, bent off tumbleweeds.
wearing nickel-plated six-shooters who only needs believe that the gates of heaven needs to relinquish the gates of hell's backup keys. Draw down and skin that smoke wagon, or just stand there and bleed. 10 paces, high noon, turn, shoot, don't forget to breathe. Bang, bang. Daredeviling with diction dares you shoot me down. Bang, bang. Swinging saloon doors, poker chips, and brainstorms will be your last heard sounds. Bang, bang. The pit bull I rode into town prefers whiskey warm and our late night snacks from leftover from last night's last supper's table scraps. They didn't even say goodbye. They didn't even take the time to lie. Bang, bang. My brothers and sisters' pens will shoot you down. Bang, bang. Till bodies of works hit the ground. Bang, bang. From a writer's block, such an awful sound. Bang, bang. Our brainstorms will leave you drowned. Let it cook, Maze. Bang, bang. I have not yet begun to defile myself. Bang, bang. Son of a gun, cousin of death. Bang, bang. Take brainstorms and ashes and ink. Well, write me out of death. Bang, bang. Tell time that we are top shelf. Bang, bang. You won't shoot me down. 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 So, like, if we do collabo, as long as I can do that last run of bang bangs, I'm happy. Like, I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Wow. Wow.
No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
monstrous, Maze. Like that's an easy write-in right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because from what I do into how you went into your bang bang, that's just bullet casings. You know what I'm saying? That ain't nothing but echoes of shots that ring out. That's a monster. Like I think that's a 30 in any part of the continent, especially when Maddie comes in and does her thing.
I
Right?
was 5 and he was 6.
Told you.
Rode on horses made of sticks. He wore black and I wore white. He would always win the fight. Bang, bang, he shot me down. Bang, bang, I hit the ground. Bang, bang, that awful sound. Bang, bang, my baby shot me down.
It's fucking over.
It's
If
rap.
you do that shit on stage, and it's fucking over. Like it's a shut the bar down, shut the shit down. I'm telling you.
All right, so what? I'm sorry, we're in a forum. Everyone's doing poems. My bad. Go.
Word. Yeah, I think we can mesh it. I'll send y'all my document. Yeah, I'll like put lines through the lines I'm willing to sacrifice for whatever, you know.
Those two poems have to go back to back. They're so fucking good.
Yeah,
I don't want to read my poem. I just want to sing. I don't want to even put my poem in here because it's not bang bang.
You're singing like You're singing like that, juxtaposed about Elemental says his bang bang, and then however I go about losing my shit in the moment, like that contrast like that, it's gonna be a thing to witness.
But it's gonna have to start slow.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gonna have to percolate, like because once you go to 10, it can't be. It has to be like at 220.
Right. That's monstrous. I've never heard anything like that.
Yeah.
Right. Never. The way that, that's gonna be a monster. Really.
Yeah.
That's some final stage shit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yours was black and mine was white.
I know, right? That shit is just haunting. Right? The sound of it is just haunting as fuck, right? It really is. That was really dope, man.
Yeah, good shout outs, Maddie. I didn't know you could play guitar. What's up, Jackson? What's up, John? You disappeared on us in the middle of your poem, Falk.
Yeah, my shit just completely died on me. I was like, oh shit, I should probably plug this in. But no, I'm just kicking back, man. I am loving this. you guys going through process and everything like that just gives me so much inspiration. That's
Oh, yeah.
why I just love doing this. I mean, like Monday nights isn't even about me reading, it's about listening to you guys and gaining inspiration from y'all.
The feeling's mutual. Yeah, your style is unique and it's honest. Like it seems like it comes from an honest place. I feel like you're not a lot of people, what is it? It's a lot of people are doing tragedy porn, as my boy like to say. I like to say slit wrist for show. You know what I'm saying? Like your life was not that difficult. I'm like, please stop. Like you were prom princess. Like, come on, stop. Like, don't give me the heartbreak sorrow. Like, don't give me tragedy porn. But your stuff comes from an authentic place. So as I hear
Well,
you,
it is authentic. I write about my life and I write about the human condition, and you know, I mean, I'm not like you guys are actual slam poets. Like I'm not a slam poet. I mean,
Don't do
maybe
that,
one
man.
day, but
yeah, do not do that ever.
Don't do that shit.
my
Yeah.
stuff is completely different. But
No, yeah.
No.
There's no such thing as like, well, I'm here and you guys are here. Don't fucking do that,
no,
man.
and I don't mean it like that. It's just it's a totally different. Like you guys are performers in a sense, where I'm more of a soft reading.
And that's
That's
just
still performing.
You're performing. Your version is unique to
Still
you.
performing. Yep.
Like,
Right.
I think Maddie's superpower is just it's a natural
My
thing.
superpower is having a fucking panic attack on stage. That's
On
my
stage.
superpower.
That's her superpower. Crazy enough, that's her superpower. Like, yeah, it's crazy.
My superpower is literally just being like, so this is how it feels on the inside. I'm gonna make you guys really uncomfortable, and then I go, poem.
Yeah. Like Jackson's superpower to me, like when Jackson spits, I feel as if I'm laying in my bed in those nights without armor, and I'm just going over some shit like, fuck. What else could I have done in this relationship to make this work? Fuck. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm wilding out, I'm destroying myself for a quick fix of a good feeling. Like that's Jackson's superpower is that ability to make it seem okay as a man to be vulnerable. That's Jackson's superpower.
Yep.
Like it's okay, dude. You're hey, let me remind you, manhood. You're fucking human. Like that's his superpower.
I'm saying this. It's a little sneaky too. Like I feel like there's definitely a plan. There's definitely just a little politician in there. Like, hey man, come over to the dark. But no, it's authentic, and I think that's what we're talking about. Like being your authentic self. And like there's a poet named Taylor Motley, and he doesn't sound like a slam poet. You know, he doesn't have all the rhythm or what you would expect as a traditional slam poet, but like the narrative that you tell, it's authentic. And so, yeah, 9.5.
Yeah. I think the most dangerous, I guess while we were trying to softly reprimand you, John Michael, was trying to get the idea across that, I mean, a lot of people need there to be a division between poetry and spoken word and performance poetry. People are introducing a division intentionally to give the other side validation that it's okay to not push yourself than to be anything but comfortable in your own little box. So like the poets that do slam or do spoken word, it's because they're poets first. The spoken word performance poetry slam shit, like that can be taught. You could teach somebody theater. You know what I'm saying? You can teach somebody theater all day, but you can't teach them how to write. Like, and I think your performance style is your authenticity. So like, I don't think you have to rage like Mays, the Marine Corps Mays, or internalize the hurt like Jackson. You just John Michael these fuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I don't think you have to worry about being a performance poet or a slam poet. The only main difference, I think, and anybody in this room can correct me because I love to be corrected, it's just a constraint of 3 minutes. That's it. That's the only constraint between slam and page poetry and spoken word and all that. The constraint is 3 minutes. And in my head, after 3 minute mark, and start listening to longer poems and get back at me later in the weeks to come. Longer poems, typically, after 3 minutes, let's say after 3 minutes, 3:34 minutes, you're repeating saying the same shit over and over after a while.
So land the plane. Land the fucking plane. And that's all slam is doing, forcing you to land the plane. So yeah. Like you can slam. Your shit's slammable. Make no mistake. It's slammable.
I feel that the distinction between what makes slam a template, a format, is like if you wanted to hack slam, it's literally this. You just like rage for 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and then right at the last third, you slow your pace and you say an obvious thing and you switch the tone, and then you drive back home to the first line. Like it's actually kind of like at first it kind of pissed me off because I was like, well, this is just like the same thing over and over, and I was like, I don't want to exist in the constraint of slam, because it's like, if you look at it, it's the same thing over and over. It's like a big emotion, grief, a big emotion, rage, and then at the end it's like, I'm stopping, but I'm gonna bring it back to the beginning. And like it actually is kind of, do you know what I mean? Like it's kind of in a not hateful way. It's like kind of cheesy. You know, like it's kind of like all the people who love to do slam, we all grew up like fucking with Disney, you know, like we love like a predictable plot, like we love the rhythm, like we like the predictability. And outside of slam exist these poems that are classic prose poems and like classic storytelling, and aren't like deeply engraved in metaphor that's woven as like a blanket of intrinsic worth and grief and pain. Like I think slam is cliche in a beautiful way, and I think that if you don't want to exist outside of it, that you shouldn't ever force it, and that most of us don't naturally conform to slam, and it's hard to make it fit. And that's my
Let me play devil's advocate. So in the same breath, slam is fuck. I'm glad it's being recorded. Hello world.
What you told me.
Slam is performance poetry and spoken word, and slam is the evolution of poetry. The people that are fighting that evolution of poetry are typically old, stuffy, college white men who don't want to give up the ghost. Right? I mean, it's a sort of, it's a pompous that comes with it. Make no spoken word, performance poetry, and slam is the evolution of poetry. Like, because it's the genre of right now. Be like, oh yeah, I remember the romantics, right? The abstracts, you know what I'm saying? I can remember the neoclassical poetry. Like I can remember this, that, and the third, and they all come in different time periods in the history of life. The next time period for the 2000s is going to be, oh shit, performance poetry, something spoken, slam. And if I'm lying, then TikTok and IG wouldn't be as good as they are. We like the reels. We like 3-minute reels, a minute and a half reels, a pure fucking entertainment. Like this is the evolution of where we're going as a society.
It's gotta be tricky, it's gotta be rageful, it's gotta be catchy.
I'll say this. Slam changed. Like you think about Andrea Gibson. You think about like the folks who pioneered slam. It didn't necessarily, they were sharing, but then people saw it and then they copied it. But the problem is, like, we're talking about artists. So the artists don't stay in the same point for any period of length of time. So there's this void that has to be filled. It's kind of what's happening in Charlotte right now, but like they don't have a connection to what was. And so now they're just kind of like highlighting, like you're saying, the trauma. Like I listened to Brave New Voices. I was like, okay, well, you don't even feel that. Like authenticity is the key, but like everyone's afraid to do it because of those 5 people who have maybe never heard a poem. Yeah. And then they're gonna judge you. So slam just didn't have a necessary governing body to like kind of like equalize it. It was just like, all right, well, you know, we want people to be excited about poetry.
Well, yeah, and also slam is like the merging of 2 worlds. Like there's like the emo kid who wrote it in class, and then there's like actual like hip hop theater, and that slam is the merge of 2 worlds. Like slam is actually the merge of hip hop theater, which used to be like literally music without a beat, and was a completely different culture than what slam is now.
Yeah. Anise, Maze, you went against Anise, right?
I've never banged out against Anise. Never.
Oh,
who went against Anise?
A lot of people. Like Anise was taking heads. He's a head taker. Like,
and his poem was, they were incredibly paced. They were,
Yeah.
the imagery was whatever, and it was so anti what, I don't know. And also we got to start talking about like cultural, like, so Southern Fried is one thing, Nationals was something else. I'll just say it like that.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Because like your pacing, John, it's similar to like a lot of artists that we know and kind of put on a pedestal as being some of the people who pioneered. Like
Yeah.
Anise wouldn't rage, or I didn't say
No.
rage. Anise wouldn't explode and implode emotionally like I do. He had that Novocaine pace that you have, John, and slowly but surely it wins you over.
Yeah.
Like you're winning us over the more and more you speak.
Yeah,
Right?
just
So-
keep him drawn in.
Keep them drawn in. But that might be your style if you decide to slam. That's what's going to make you unique from everybody else that's following the formula.
Right.
Yes.
Well, the other thing is, I just literally started sharing my stuff a year ago.
Ooh, good shit.
So I haven't even found like my voice yet as far as a reading voice. Like I've been writing since I was 11, but I didn't start reading poetry until probably 10 months ago, 11 months ago.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, really.
So it
You
was
wanna read
like
another
always a
poem?
dream of mine, but I would write in stages of years. Like I would write for 4 years and then life would happen and I wouldn't write for 4 or 5 years and then I would write again for a couple of years and then I'd drop off and then I picked up the pen probably a little over a year ago and I haven't put it down since. I've been writing every single day.
Here. Good shit.
And then just trying to challenge myself and push myself into different directions. Going back, studying different forms. Not that I want to write in different forms. I like freestyle writing,
Yeah, free
but by kind of practicing different forms, it's helped me evolve my freestyle type of writing.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I view in my poetics class a couple semesters ago, we were talking about form. And I'm not going in slamming form in class, but I'm like, I point out the fact that form builds pretentiousness. I'm sorry, but it fucking does.
Yeah. Yep.
Maze.
Pain. Don't you
A
dare.
haiku, that's a form. A
I
sonnet,
know,
that's
but
a
once you start
form.
like, oh, he's really good at haiku, like, or like, oh my god, this blah 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 style poem, like whatever that, and like it builds pretentiousness. Hey guys, look at me, I can write underneath this formula. Okay, cool. If that's the case and it's a formula, like go ahead and try writing for slam. It's a formula. Can you use that? Can you do that? And most of them can't. So like it becomes pretentious. But then we kind of agreed in my conversation with the class. I was like, okay, well, maybe if I look at it different, form could be like the seatbelt in the car. When you crash all around words, a little bit of form can just keep you buckled in from totaling your car. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of form. But like if you're just formed to fuck up, like you can't move. Like you can't maneuver sometimes in form, depending on how constricted it is. I love form, but I love the fact that I can see form for what it is and also for what it fucking isn't. And it's a lot of shit it isn't. So
it keeps you restrained in a way.
It
like
keeps you restrained.
Have to.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing I found about haikus, like when I first found, like, because I had fucking somebody said a haiku to me, and I was like, what the fuck does Japanese food have to do with anything? Like, I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about.
Right.
And then I started writing them, and I was like, oh shit, okay, now I was forcing myself
next level
to pack a punch without so many words.
Next
and
level.
It helped me to write with losing so many words because all my stuff was very wordy for a long time. But
Passive
now I'm in a
voice.
stage where I'm trying to get back to that wordy.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It's like I'm losing a lot of what I'm trying to say by trying to cut shit out.
Yeah. I get it. Oh yeah, I get it. And editing is
And I suck at editing. I need to. I'm actually getting ready to take a class here in Richmond, to kind of brushstroke some stuff and learn how to edit, because when I start editing, I get too in my head, and then I start fucking criticizing myself and I fuck everything all up.
All right. So this is where it helps to have a confidant, someone's writing who you trust in, so you can say, "Hey, look at this." Because here's the skinny. Great works of art, literary, aren't written; they are rewritten. So you got to take the scalpel to it, and then and conform it for like who's paying you for this poem or like the book or whatnot. So it's a matter of I don't know, edges. But it's important. Yeah, you got to have somebody like I can send a poem to May to go. All right, this is this and this. But then you also have to have the trust.
Trust is
And that
so
kind of takes that takes a while to build. But like, yeah.
Yeah, because you're trusting somebody with your baby. And you don't want nobody telling your baby like, "Oh, hey, thanks for send me the poem," and then they come back like you've given them your baby to trust with, but then you realize like without that trust factor, you don't know if they're trying to make you a writer with their styles. So you have to trust that they're giving you critiques to be the best you can be, and that's that trust factor. Yeah.
So Brazilian wax.
I don't know what happened. I have no idea. If y'all cool, like I can stay for a little bit more, but if y'all want to do one more poem around, I would appreciate it. I don't know where everybody has to go.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm down.
Word. Cal is gonna read it. I think it's up on Jackson, isn't it? Is it Jackson?
Yes, sir.
John? Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
This is the first poem I wrote. Like seriously. I wrote it when I got my bipolar diagnosis. I think a lot of you guys have heard it, but I'm gonna go for it anyway. Sometimes cigars are just cigars. Like Freud said, a boy turned man still sleeping in mom's bed. Sometimes I pine after the fact that I'm not dead. I'm well-read, educated, full of enough cred. Abilities to command synthetic symmetry. It's humbling, the essential part of me nobody likes to see. When it rears its head, everyone is an enemy. They're filled with enmity. The animus is on a CD that looms on loop in the back of my brain electronically. In concrete, I'm paralyzed, and I know there's something wrong with the way I feel about everything. I plead, does it have to be as blaring siren peal repeals my rationality? Can I hope for change? Is it fixable? This half of me that plays the thing, and I always hate not knowing how to be. Alas, Yorick, I'm awake and beginning to see exactly how I smile and wave to hide misplaced anxiety. I shouldn't be around other people. I'm a flight risk, subtly climbing in their head and hiding there a benign cyst. It's devilish, I'm charming, but I'm also selfish. If I sell fish, I'm fishing my hand in a charity jar for $1.06. Why should they get it anyway when they don't pay rent? I've given enough to hospitals. At this point, it's ridiculous that I should break my back to piss away my hard-earned bucks to this. I have a sixth sense that says I shouldn't give my 6 cents to sick kids. My neurons fire across crisscross lattices. I follow up cogent thought with non-sequitur tangents. It's uncanny how I link things and expect others to manage or even fathom the fathoms deep hair holes of a mind manic. But here I go again. So why don't you all take a pass at stepping a beat inside my head as I step through the looking glass? I'm not a rapper. I'm a poet, a word adapter, a hapless addict rapping seamless syntax that doesn't tatter, but never sees the light of day. Follow the pitter patter, seize the swirling seas in your mind, comprised of idle chatter. I seldom canter, I air pedantic. I'm after a calling beyond a spot in the echo chambers of mindless chowder. I right away cut to the lean soul and write rhymes shattered. But all this style, without substance, contains no heart, no candor. It's by and large just the same. Empty drivel passing for witty banter. If I could dribble just a moment on this tangent matter, rhyming for the sake of style proves no easy endeavor, but only with the touch of a deft hand, light as a feather, may it come together all at the very end. and for that be better. But even the best distractions must retire. When the thrill is gone, life returns with a tire iron. I'm convinced that in a past go, I must have played with fire and stoked the ire of a being higher than I after inhaling a rail of barbed wire. The bump leaves me elated, glorious in the choir. It has its eyes on me, but I'm so goddamn tired. My vision narrows and I cannot seem to sire a plan to emerge victorious from the quagmire. What can I say? Self-armistice is hard for me. In my cardboard packaging, grace came hardly. I was dropped a hot shot on the stoop of a house party where I graced a happy home, a most unfortunate adoptee. What's the point of getting good things given heartily when for knowing coet part of me, my success is what it wants to see. I've lost morale before, but these wounds bleed mortally. I'm morally opposed not to stop the problem, but the problem's me. Hello, how are you? I'm pleased to meet you so cordially. You can call me Icarus. Avail yourself of my canopy. From my perch, I view the earth with utter apathy. Colors and shapes don't relate to threaten my sanity. I'm not really a part of your world, only barely. Insofar as my being here, bereft of any sincerity, can seriously be tendered more than anomaly, and verily. Is he a total waste of imparity, he who cares nothing for his posterity? I've given myself too many reasons for new austerity. Bipolarity pollutes my life with severity, barbarity of endless temerity and asperity. Hospice will provide me no care. I mean this is verity. If this is all there is for me, there is no angularity. I understand what it means to cease my cellularity. And if things do go that way, for my loved ones, I'll tender clarity in the form of 4 more pseudo-sonnets offered voluntarily.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That poem goes so hard. I love that poem so much.
Yeah, if the two and like if it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, like I don't know, count, beat, whatever, words or whatever, like your 2, 3, no, your 1 and 4 would be the rhyme, like your initial rhyme, and then you'll somehow jump to the 2 and 3 of the 4 and rhyming that, and then pop back for the 1 and 3 rhyming words. Like you would extend a rhyming pattern for a while, and it's not one that would be like, oh, he's about to rhyme again. Oh, he's about to rhyme again. Saw it coming. Oh, whoa, he didn't rhyme that time. Oh shit, he rhymed back to the first rhyme scheme. Oh shit, I'm back in it now. Like your rhyme schemes are like all over the place, and it's fucking impressive. Like it's impressive.
Yeah, the complexity of your rhyme schemes are very similar to Andrea Gibson. Like not in the way you deliver them or anything, but like the complexity, how they're hidden, it's really tight. Yeah, like that's not something you can teach. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm. I dig it. I see you, Jackson.
I'm telling you. When everybody got in the room, I was like, okay, I gotta reach out to Jackson. I gotta reach out to Jackson. I see you, Jackson.
For me, it was I'm not a rapper, but I'm just gonna wrap you in this Christmas paper and send you back to wherever the fuck you came from. Like I really, really dig the fact that you drop into that shit. Like, you know, your cadence, your rhyme scheme is there. But in this poem, you allowed yourself to really, really go there, and you can't really tell which side of your bipolar is really digging into those moments. And I fucking dig that shit. Like, again, the fact that you went, it reminds me of a T.I. album, right? It was T.I. versus T.I.P., right? And it's one conscious versus another. And that shit, when you do that, eventually you don't know who's talking to who anymore. Right? And that shit right there is what takes that shit from ionosphere to stratosphere, man. Really.
Word. Yeah, 5 and 9 and 6. Now I'm gonna have Maddie's voice in my head. It's gonna be
We
stuck in my head
rode on
now.
horses made of sticks.
Yeah, it's gonna be stuck in my head now. I'll get mine over with so I can just before I pull. When I think of prose, John, I'm trying to think of a poem I think of prose. Okay.
a poem for a world competition I was at. Oh shit, Miko, this is the one that had me ranked 4th in the world. In 2000, whatever. Yeah, not the 3rd in the world, the 4th. So the poem, we have a 4-minute round, right, Michael? Right, Maddie? And in the 4-minute round,
What?
I decided we have a 4-minute round. No, not at regionals, Maddie. Not at regionals. At the Indie World Comp, you have a 4-minute round, a 3-minute round, a 2-minute round, a 1-minute round on different days. So this is what I decided to write for the 1-minute round. I mean, for the 4-minute round. And it eventually led me to the final stage where I eventually banged out against
Buddy Wakefield.
Yeah, what's the other golden boy out of Cali?
Rudy? Not
Rudy.
Rudy.
I banged out
Rudy
with Rudy.
Francisco?
Yeah, we're on in the final round, final stage. Rudy goes up right before I do, and I'm the last poet up. So yeah, and I decided to do a new poem. I blew the competition because I wanted to do some new shit instead of some cliche.
Feel some type of way.
But this is my version of prose. Oh shit! All right, it's called Hometown All-American. This hometown All-American has a cannon for an arm, a fruit roll up and 8 glasses of milk a day for an addiction, rushed more yards last year than all of the town's drunk drivers and neighborhood whores combined. We was raised off of poverty, failure, audibles, and apple pie since he was knee-high to his father's Oxycontin and crystal meth addiction. When it comes to 4th and inches, fumble of failure, kin folks a John Deere focus under them their headlights, cause fuck it, foes found more success at finding Waldo before a foe will find him playing possum or playing chicken, second fiddle or second string to any fly-by-the-night stranger's drive. Hometown high school all-American praise and faithfully worships in Sunday school and through old senile Uncle Joe shotguns whenever kinfolks young, old, as slow as illiterate as alliteration, older stuttering cousin Cooter stutters up Copenhagen dipspit bullies down overpass yonder railroad tracks, down past dusty back roads where filters and boys of cowboy killers lay bleached with whiskey bourbon bottles bellied up. High school all-American against all odds, and tonight several Southern Baptist bastards who bully non-varsity legacies like if you ain't Letterman, like you know that damn near Joe youngest boy Scooter is about outhouse bass aquas and about as slow as a sundial and a hot rock unattached to a damn leper looking to fuck Scooter up. Hometown hero, he's driving upfield he surpassed letdowns and failures, swore never again to fall country short of a spiritual re-up or looking back. Now audible rattlesnake mean like Midwest middle of nowhere field of dreams is just some another Friday midfield night, minus the cheerleaders, minus the fact, however this goes if wrong, the closest dock is at least a tomorrow and a TGIF 60-mile stretch past midnight away. No airbags, no shoulder pads, driving upfield like fuck a Saturday and the damn SAT. It scored frugal old ass Fannie Mae aid, chest pumping pistons like Uncle Joe's rattling engine mounts, F-150, I-formation, quarterback face, futures at fullback, running backs to failure in motion, future Heisman Troy quarterback candidate that's willing to risk it all, blowing trailer parks full ride, big league signing bonus Super Bowl rings, cause his Mau sweet tea is the nectar of the gods round here. Not gonna be found on no standardized test, boy. You better save Scooter, cause year after year, too young to be hoisted up, as if Homer to Odyssey as Odessa is to year after year after year recarving Carla's initials into a redwood where they had their first kiss to remind both nature and himself that the things you love should never be allowed to simply fade away. Save Scooter, he tells himself. If the QB gods seem fit to deem Scooter's double wide worthy of grace and mercy, if you lucky, you only got several seconds before Scooter time clock runs out. Pray that this Holy Ghost, when it's all or nothing, you risk it all or nothing. Fuck sudden death, fuck 'em with this here stiff arm, forearm Mossberg freight train, slingshot, buckshot, center mass, fuck them off. If they step over that line, fuck them off. If they come across offsides, run buckshot straight up the middle note. Don't allow them a chance to huddle up against Scooter. Middle note, hurry up, this is gospel. Middle note, this is inline, goal line, hurry up, offense. Stick to your shotguns. Run Scooter's motion before these hillbilly moonshine Neanderthal motherfuckers blind sit blitz. His stuttering ass catch Scooter sleeping in and out of perfect dreamscape, held closely, tightly, sacked in a sack with another man's sack. Because if they find out Scooter tackles ends on and off the field, Scooter's game is over. Poem. But that was like my prose. Like I didn't try to rhyme a lot, just rhyming specific parts like you were talking about, John. But yeah, it's more of a story. So yeah.
I remember we did that. You were at Mocha Match. You came down, you were in Atlanta, and you and Blues were sitting together. He was like, Blues, yo, I got this narrative.
Have you guys known each other that long?
Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah.
I will show you a poem that me and him did way back in the day when my dreads were like here. Yeah, that's rocking.
Yeah.
Did you just put Friday Night Lights into a poem, bro? Like, would that make you Booby Miles? Like
Booby gonna win this game. Booby playing.
You went Odessa Permian on their ass. Like, yo, if you're not from Texas, you don't know, but that word strikes fear in high school football, man. For real. Like that was ridiculous, man.
All right.
Real.
I'm gonna show you a video. All right.
Oh shit.
No, it's all good.
Was I wearing clothes? With my nipples pierced?
No.
Was I riding an alpaca half nude?
Yeah, was I riding an alpaca?
For sure.
Somebody get Grandpa and his phone.
No, y'all keep going. This is separate. It's totally separate.
Whoever's next, I guess. Yeah.
Read one real quick. My rib had been pierced by Lilith in the Garden of Eden, cursed by the fruit of a poison apple. And I was there when the palace collapsed into the ocean. And one drop fell from the cheek of Eve, and we were both expelled into the sea. And where will you be when the gavel falls? Hammer of judgment from all your gods. The whispers will tell your secrets when death smiles and your eyes turn back to reflections of the stars. Poem.
Wow.
Those are some clean lines, dude.
Yeah, crisp. They're crisp. My favorite was where would you be when the gavel falls? Oh man. That's some shit that can be etched on the walkway at the Dante's Inferno, or ye who enters, beware ye who enters, or whatever. Like that's a killer line, man. That's a killer line.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's killer. Word.
Can I spit the octopus poem?
Yay! Sorry.
Go for
You
it.
said a no? It's okay. You were like,
no, I was like, I was awkward. That's me being awkward.
okay.
Yeah.
You said if I show Miko the octopus poem that we're gonna end up doing the octopus poem at Slam.
Oh yeah, word. That piece.
That part.
That piece.
Fair.
Okay. It's like one of my only poems that I don't end up screaming. So I figure winding down, took my sleepy medication. I'll do a wind down poem.
Gotcha.
Unless somebody was gonna read. Did I cut somebody off? Huh?
No.
All you.
No. No.
The sea creature is plucked from the water, dissected by scientists as a means of understanding. The creature is so fascinating that a glass tank is built, and they charge a pretty penny to the public to tap on the glass and photograph it up close. There is a direct correlation between the price of exotic pets and their survival rates in captivity. The more expensive, the less alive. This is why it's discouraged. We can't force the animal to thrive in our own conditions, but the octopus wants to explore. In the zoo, it costs a few hours of a paycheck to see what lives outside of a cage, inside of a cage. The octopus lives 2 years or 10. We don't know. The deeper the water, the less we can imagine. This one in the glass box is expensive to keep alive, but we don't put her back. We breed her, and you can buy her for $50 and put her in a salt tank, and she will tear her arms off. One day in the zoo, she is found on the ground, 50 feet from her 12 by 12 enclosure, playing with a school of fish a few tanks over. So a heavy top is built for her tank. The creature is put back in the box and kept inside by an iron grate. The octopus is found the next morning outside of its tank again. A latch is placed on the tank, like one you'd put on a cage for a puppy, learning how to not piss on the carpet. The octopus wants to explore, wants to play. The octopus is a strange psychic. She somehow reads the mind, cracks the code, learns how to unlatch the latch to play again, or the octopus is smarter than the employee not getting paid enough for an entry fee into the zoo. Either way, she opens the latch, escapes again. She plays on the ground in the puddle mess. The zookeeper comes and puts a combination lock, and she cannot figure the numbers. The depths below. The pressure keeping her mind in place is relieved. Surviving on land is only surviving. The octopus rips off her arms. The zoo psychologist says she is depressed. The octopus arms grow back again, and she is placed on a medication, dispersed through the water, and she cannot unbreathe the captor version of health. Her air is wet with chemicals. She rips off her arms again. At some point, the internal clock will ring, and she cannot deny the bell tolling. It's time to create again. And she lays 1,000 eggs by genetic coding that cannot be undone. She will keep herself alive on as little food as possible, long enough for the eggs to hatch, and while she waits, she rips off her arms. They grow back. The zoo doctor comes to gather her in the thousands. What she's become, what she's here for. The story continues, and she rips her arms off, but this time they don't grow back. 1,000 8-armed creatures burst into a foreign tank. Generational trauma, confirmation bias in the thousands, the offspring speak. My mother knew 8 languages. My mother gave everything for me to live here. In the thousands, they give up their arms, an offering to an unforgiving God in a strange land, all of which say, no matter how much of yourself you give, your life is still only worth 1 ticket. I just realized that's a version that I didn't read last time, and it's actually a version that I edited, and I found the one I read to you the other day was an older version. I don't like this one. Anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Manny. The floor is up to whoever wants to go next. Anybody. Anyway.
Maze, you're muted.
Fucking mute button. I was just saying, like, I think E. I think it might just be elemental.
Cool in the gang. I was thinking if I should do in cadence. Maddie brought the energy down. Maybe I should do something to keep the energy at this because it's almost 12 o'clock.
So late.
For sure. So I'm gonna do this. Some of y'all heard this one, but it's still just like Recently, We saw a system priming pumps to get this grand old Opry in order to its glorious Titanic intentions. Back to days of thunder, burning rubber, petty intimidator style. Call it Wonder Bread miracle whips. No Ricky Bobby, this reality. I mean TV. I mean dramaturgy, flexing chops on stages larger than life to keep bloodlines secure as fourth and goal where wins become losses. Call it witching hour. Whole country in red zone panic or sleeping soundly snug as snub nose, maybe Primrose in District 13 because the games have begun. Since swing states swung, electoral bells rung, our country will be woke no longer. A true warmonger dancing to a Führer's groove that smells like napalm. Free speech is back in America for MAGAs, maggots draped in red hats turn new actors cause Whitey's on the throne. Even though Whitey's on the moon, with designer spacesuits, tapping bottomless pockets filled with more dead residents than presidents to claim first residence in space. Call it Final Frontier. No enterprise, no compromise. You get what your money buys. Take your 9-to-5 slave trade, make it auction block for their designer babies. Bet that. Dollars to donuts, no J Dilla, just diligently paying homage to Caesar's holy ghost of horrors through hostages. How savagery became history, made its story, now it's Hollywood. Call it Disney, Walton, Bezos, or Ellison must be praising almighty dollars, holla, hallelujah, gold standard with Whitey on the throne. See how this American gangster's bank account so super packed with good, clean, old money, that cold money, that oil money, that soldier soul money, and now that Whitey's on the throne, call it privilege, or $1 million loan from daddy warbucks of a slumlord's once upon a time that suddenly sounds like 45 became 47, on tracks to checkered flag political point standings to masquerade their maleficence into macabre matrix of Morpheus, wrapped in hypnos called gnosis or nonsense or politics, caroling, singing, whether outside is frightful, filled with rivals or Bible thumping revivals where idols conjure merry whiteness, bearing likeness to a Linus crisis. America's finest has reminded us their highness is finally home. So send this chaos priority mail special back, you know the address, to Whitey on the throne. Peace, y'all.
Are you doing that as Southern Fried?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm still trying to work that one out. I haven't
I
timed
like
it.
it.
Dig it. I appreciate that. Maddie. I just thought it was fitting for the time. You know what I mean? And it's, ode to Gil Scott, Whitey on the Moon.
Yeah,
I just never have heard anyone try to follow that. And so that's why I said, even though Whitey's on the moon with designer spacesuits,
Yeah.
it's just one of those things, man. It's just, it had to be done. That's all.
Yeah, I think that even if like that reference goes over some people's heads, like my own, like the poem still has so much to stand on, and it's perfect for the times, and people would like it because I like it.
Appreciate that.
Jackson, you got one more for us?
Yeah. I wrote this one for one of my best friends. She wanted me to write a poem about a dart frog. So this is perspective of a dart frog's dilemma. I name my MFA portfolio after this. I'm beautiful from a distance. My colors are delicious. No bigger than a bread box, I swear. I'm not malicious. But touch me, and I hope you know the price of that decision. Know my predilection. I pray that you're religious. Don't say I didn't warn you. I don't want your forgiveness. Poison or venom, it makes no difference when either way it's the same end. I believe free will is a sin, at least a fallacy. After all, I never chose this grim burden. After all, that would make no sense, since I do want to be your friend. I don't want to see you end. It's either me or them. So love me from a distance, and I'll try my best to grin. Poem.
That was all.
I swear you be peering into people's souls,
About
bro.
a damn frog. Like, come on, Jackson. Like, come on, man. Like, that's the flyest damn frog in the jungle, man. For real. Like, it's pretty sick, sir.
Wordless. Okay, I need to exit stage right. And I can whip out my computer and all that other shit in the living room, but I'm about to switch rooms out of my bedroom so I can let wifey. She's been patient, so she can pass out and go to sleep. So hit me up if something something else goes down. Love you, John. Thank you for allowing us to crash and kind of take over your space, bro. Jackson, you know I love
No,
you.
man, thank you. I just want to say real quick how much I love each and every one of you. You know, this fills my soul, and y'all are family. And I gain so much inspiration from each and every one of you. You're all each beautiful in your own ways. You know, CP, every time you talk, you take me to poetry church. You know,
Right.
Jackson, the way you have raw honesty and intrusive thoughts that just takes you on a voyage. I mean, it's so beautiful. You know, Maddie, the rage, the passion, the God honest truth. I mean, it's explosive and elemental. The way you're able to fuse your words and tell a story. I mean, it's just you all each and every one of you are incredible in your own ways, and you're very special. And you know, when I was first getting sober, this is what saved my life. Is rooms like this. And you know, thank you so much to each and every one of you. I truly do love you guys so much, and I appreciate you guys taking over tonight because you know it was like going to school tonight. Um, just hearing each other's processes and working through things, and you know, it was a beautiful evening. So thank you to each and every one of you.
Dude, thank you. Right back at you. That's beautiful.
Appreciate you, man. Y'all are fucking
Yeah,
phenomenal.
likewise.
Yeah. And I really, y'all gave me a chance, and I know what Maddie was doing, hitting me up today. Y'all gave me a chance to get out of my head with, when I broke down, what is it? First death came in November. Second death came at the turn of the year. Then a poet in my camp had a emergency heart surgery. Then I lost a poet at the same time my boy had emergency heart surgery. Then we had lost another poet, and then we lost another poet. So like I'm sitting 6 deep in the last 3.5 months of just losing motherfuckers. So like to get my headspace out of my headspace, Maddie kept getting on me about coming into this room, and it took me to a better place. So thank y'all. Thank y'all for leaving it open as long as you did. Real talk. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, let me set up my Mac. I feel like writing or editing. So let me set up in the living room. Something else goes down, y'all let me know.
Peace and love. I love you all. This was so nice.
Appreciate y'all.
Peace, y'all.
I'll go.
Peace.
Okay, yeah. Peace.
Love y'all.